hotel room. But when I try to explain, I got no excuse. I would've changed my ways if back then I knew that I'd be lying all alone, 'cause I was lying to you. You put on quite a show, let everybody know that you're here alone tonight. You should come back to mine, and let's pretend that we're still young. Should've spent more time on you, instead of messing around up in my hotel room. But now I'm lying all alone, 'cause I was lying to you. You put on quite a show, let everybody know that you're here alone tonight. You should come back to mine, and let's pretend that we're still young.
They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
Blah, blah, blah.
Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
Blah, blah, blah.
Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. They keep running their mouth. Keep talking all the
my love. Yeah, a little bit of this love that's special. Oh yeah. Want a little bit of my heart, boy, then you better know I'm special. Oh yeah. What's all this talking, chit chat? Your boy, you just talk, yeah. You may warning, TikTok. Your boy is a warning. 'Cause you know I'm special, so don't waste my time. Told you, boy, I'm special. Jump up if you want my love, boy. Jump up if you want my heart. Jump up, jump and show. You show me what love's about. Jump up if you want my love, love, love. 'Cause I'm so special, 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 special. Yeah, I'm so special, 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 special. Yeah, I'm so special, 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 special. Yeah, I'm so special. You know we got all the time, yeah, all the time in the world, boy. Hold hands, yeah, a little romance, 'cause I'm old school, yes, I am, boy. Let's dance till the sun comes up, then dance till the sun goes down. Fall asleep, then we're waking up. Go again until the morning. What's all this talking, chit chat? Your boy, you just talk, yeah. You may warning, TikTok. Your boy is a warning. Jump up if you want my love, boy. Jump up if you want my heart. Jump up, jump and show. You show me what love's about. Jump up if you want my love, love, love. 'Cause I'm so special, 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 special. Yeah, I'm so special, 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 special.
middle of the night, fire casts a light on you. I slide a little to the right, just so I be next to you. And as the world goes round and round, you take my hand, help me leave the ground. I'm in the stars with you all around. I wanna fly with you. Oh my, middle of the night, fire casts a light on you. I slide a little to the right, just so I be next to you. And as the world goes round and round, you take my hand, help me leave the ground. I'm in the stars with you all around. I wanna fly with you.
on my level. Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition, why they telling us to slow down? Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy, we set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Hey, we be about to go off. These boys ain't got no sauce. On the winning streak, I promise we ain't taking no loss. We ain't got nothing in common, you and I. Money keep falling like stars out the sky. Take it easy, hey, they don't believe me. We on another wave, like we ain't hearing what he say. Yeah, they talking trash, you could put it in the garbage. When they know you rap the hardest, you gon' always be a target. Yeah, I put that on my mama. We ain't down for the drama. Keep on adding the commas, the numbers is getting longer. Yeah, I told you, homie, we ain't nothing to meddle with. We just broke the knob, going to another level, yeah. Okay, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. 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 Hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level.
Stay with you, watch your pleasure on the foamy ground. Show you, baby, wet time. I'm fending in the platch on the floor. Wait tonight on the drag me up. I love you and you wanna let me play.
Navigate my mind, I make noises. I don't ask, yeah, I make announcements. When I talk, people listen, but I'm grounded. They got their way, I got my way. Not like them, don't speed on the highway. I go slow, yeah, talk to toe, bruh. And if you didn't know, then now you know, yeah. Take off like a shooting star higher. Watch close, cause I'm building my empire. Big dreams, helping you we inspire. Taking over, so roll up. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, small change, I got real money, but don't talk money, talk is a scam, buddy. We on set, boy, we in charge here. Big things rock like a chandelier. Yeah, top girls, yeah, we do the money dance, but not for you, not the boys, not a chance. Top girls rise up, get to stance. Ding ding, yeah, we're bringing the alarm. Take off like a shooting star higher. Watch close, cause I'm building my empire. Big dreams, helping you we inspire. Taking over, so roll up. Take off like a shooting star higher. Watch close, cause I'm building my empire. Big dreams, helping you we inspire. Taking over, so roll up. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah.
Kamikaze flying off the top. I done posted, I just live a lot. Yeah. Look at my watch in the rotation. Pass the smoke in the rotation. Ooh, that's awesome. Get up above me if you're not bossy. Ooh, not too frosty. It's a party, the way I boss it. Yeah. Watch me do
this, ooh. Rela, you know I won't stop for you. I don't need permission to do what I do. Ooh, I'm so awesome. Get up off me if you're not bossy. Ooh, not too frosty. It's appalling the way you're bossy. Yeah. Watch me do this without no hands. I'ma do this without no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands. Yeah, no hands. Yeah, no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands.
Made it look easy, too easy. No pressure, no effort, believe. Undefeated, that's our key. Say you wanna smoke, but now you weak. I'm a top dog, like Lamar. Get you put in park. Dripping in sauce, green like boss. I'm gon' win regardless.
Watch me do this without no hands. I'ma do this without no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands. Yeah, no hands. Yeah, no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands. Look at what we gonna done, we done. Look at what we've all become. Tell me when you're gonna learn. Tell me when you're gonna learn. You're the one that beats the drum. You're the barrel of the gun. Tell me when you're gonna learn. Tell me when you're gonna learn. What you gonna do now? What you gonna say now? Walking on the world now. We can start again now. Tell me when you're gonna learn. It's like most of the time you play on my mind. Am I enough? Am I enough? Are you in or out? Just tell me right now. Am I enough? Ooh, am I enough? And now I'm waiting for you to make your move, but I don't know if I can wait. It's like I'm on the emotion overload. I don't know how much more I can take. Out my mind, you got me going out on my mind. I'm trying to hide it. I'll wait around too long, tonight, and I'll be gone. I'm waiting, I'll wait around for long. Don't need you to lie, just make up your mind. Am I enough? Ooh, am I enough? Don't need all the hype, just say I'm your type. Am I enough? Ooh, am I enough? And now I'm waiting for you to make your move, but I don't know if I can wait. It's like I'm on the emotion overload. I don't know how much more I can take. Out my mind, you got me going out on my mind. I'm trying to hide it. I'll wait around too long, tonight, and I'll be gone. I'm waiting, I'll wait around for long. I won't wait, no. I won't wait, no. I won't wait, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Out my mind, you got me going out on my mind. I'm trying to hide it. I'll wait around too long, tonight, and I'll be gone. I'm waiting, I'll wait around for long. I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights. Oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up? No, I don't need someone to save me, but you appear like a lightning bolt. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. 'Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir, elixir. You're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. Like a magnetic attraction, a supernatural vertigo. It's a chemical reaction, something I never imagined. No, maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. 'Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir, elixir. You're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. You're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. You're the one that lights me up, lights me up. Ah, you're the one that lights me up, lights me up. Ah, you're the one that lights me up, lights me up. Ah, you're the one that lights me up, lights me. Baby, you're a wizard, 'cause you're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're bizarre, bizarre, bizarre. 'Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir, elixir.
saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing. Baby, you can give it up to me. The plane, baby, stop teasing. Stop playing, baby, stop teasing. Cause your body's so tempting. You don't know you're a blessing. I'm the guy up to sauce. Baby, come give it to me. Cause the sauce be drippy, drippy. Too drippy, drippy. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. We too litty, litty. Too litty, litty. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. Baby, your body's driving me crazy. Be mine, come be my lady. Be mine, come be my lady. I'm way too saucy that damn man. Let me put this sauce on you. Show you what a man can do. Baby, you know what to do. Cause the sauce be drippy, drippy. Too drippy, drippy. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. We too litty, litty. Too litty, litty. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. Cause the sauce be drippity, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drip. Drippity, drip, drip.
Mr. DJ, play me. Have a few drinks, let's get wavy. I'll be out on a good night, sipping Grey Goose from my left hand, things get crazy. Mr. DJ, play me. Have a few drinks, let's get wavy. I'll be out on a good night, sipping Grey Goose from my left hand, things get crazy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy.
Welcome, guys, gals, and non-binary pals to the LPL. We are into week 7 of our 10 weeks of the split. I am Penguin. I am joined again by the Clement Chu. And this is going to be an interesting kind of setup for today. Obviously, we got a lot to discuss, a lot of things to cover. But how have you been? You've obviously been casting the PCS. Does it feel good to be back?
Oh, of course, it feels good to be back. I've been keeping track of 27 teams, but hey, the LPL is where my heart at when it comes to action. I love this league, and I'm here for the last month of this regular season. It's going to be a very, very tight-knit sprint.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but let's have a look at yesterday's results as we come into today's. Of course, that was the Sunday, the first Sunday in our super weekends, which are 3, so we got 2 more to go. We have LNG destroying V5 in an incredibly convincing fashion, then RA taking away OMG, and Suning were the victors over IG.
Ooh, a lot of surprising matchups that were actually happening here. First off, Fofo had an amazing 2-game series on both the Lucian and the Azir, and then Suning showed up big as well. Hwanfeng gets extra points for me for pulling off those style points with the Samira.
Yeah, we can have a look now at the table. You can see there's a massive clump of teams there in the middle. I always mention it because it's always very, very relevant. We'll talk about that later. But now, Royal Never Give Up and Edward Gaming sitting at 8-1 at the top of the table.
It's crazy to think about this, but teams this split only play a total of 16 matches. So we are very, very close to the finish at this point, and most of the teams have already reached their 9th or 10th match going forward. So really, we're only looking about a handful of games for everyone to get their ducks in line.
Yep, we'll have a look now and see what we have for you today as we move forward into our schedule. We're going to start off with our number 1/2 team in the top of the standings, EDG, going against our last place team in Rogue Warriors. And then later on, we got 2 teams that are kind of struggling with their own identity with FPX versus JDG.
I'm not going to lie, but I have my speedrun timers already set up. I know where the shortest game is going to be, and hey, this might be one of this today, okay? But FPX JD Gaming is also going to be super interesting as these teams have faced each other in playoffs every single time in spring.
Yep, they have. There's going to be an interesting one as well. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but of course we got to talk about a couple of different things before we get into today's matchup between RW and EDG. We got to go through a lot of the different setups because last week we had a huge amount of rookies come in and Shanks was top of the table.
Ooh, Shanks is really blowing up on the scene right now. WE before Lunar New Year were on a 0-3 skid. They brought a secondary mid laner in Emong, but Shanks was proving that, hey, this is why I deserve the top spot here. Great performance on the Cassiopeia, great performance on the Azir. He's really showing it up on those control mages and pushing those matchups to the limit. In the other hand, we have a lot of players we want to highlight, mainly WE players, as they have had great record. Jackila for me is my personal kind of specialty, because look at that GD at 15. 1,000 gold at 15, while the rest of the ADCs are hovering around 200. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and we can see there Ming as well, kind of going in with the new blood. A couple of names there that people might not know. Breathe, of course, used to be known as Curse. Beishang, a relatively new face. And Fofo has always kind of been around the top 5 of mid laners, finally getting the recognition that he deserves. But if we were to talk about Week 6 MVP, it's gotta go to Ming on the support, because this guy was just so damn clean for RNG all week.
It's absolutely disgusting what he's been doing. He has the best KD among supports, the best kill participation, the best kills plus assists at 15 minutes. He's getting into a lot of action. It's been decisive action, and it's been action that his team has profited from. So RNG, you know, they've always had a famous Alistar in their roster, whether it be Mata and now Ming. This is a team to look at if you want those clear cow engages.
We got to leave Week 6 in the past. We got to move forward to Week 7. But I want to have a look a little bit at, you know, this massive clump of teams. We mentioned it very, very briefly when we were looking at the standings. But 8th to 12th is this massive medley of one game either side in the win or the loss column can just change your entire season.
So we want to do a bit of Nostradamus right here and try to figure out which of these teams is actually going forward. Personally, my guess for the magic number for playoffs, because we have expanded to 10 slots this season, is probably going to be 8. So if these teams can reach 8, I think they're going to be pretty safe in general. Invictus Gaming is the only one out. Invictus Gaming and V5, of course, have one less game to boost their win record up, but that's generally what you want to keep in mind. And honestly, there's a lot of these teams where you don't really expect them to be at this position. You expected them to be inching a bit forward, especially with LNG, Tarzan, a lot of hype. Invictus Gaming, everyone thought they would do a little bit better, but this split has been rough for them. And of course, Suning still trying to find their footing. I think losing Sword Art was a much bigger blow than a lot of us anticipated.
Yeah, well, I think we anticipated it being a pretty big blow, but we're still waiting to see kind of if they're able to shore up those weaknesses. And looking at Suning's kind of strength of schedule, if you will, they've got themselves 7 games left to play. They have a couple of, you know, quote unquote easier kind of teams to come into that, but like, you know, you got TT, Rogue Warriors, but then you've got several different playoff teams in there: WE, LNG, BLG, V5. This isn't exactly a walk in the park.
Yeah, what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna pick out sort of the amount of lottery games that they still have to play. Not lottery games, but amount of games that they play against lottery teams that they still have, and also highlight some of the matchups. So we'll be going over these pretty quick, but for Suning, I actually think they have one of the easiest schedules ahead of them. They have TT and they have E-Stars. Neither of these teams are going to be very stiff opponents, and if we're thinking about the magic number 8, they also have 7 games to go. So this is Suning. I'm actually penciling them into playoffs, even though they're sitting at currently a 12th place position. So this is one of those teams that I will actually let through.
You'll let them through? I think I'm going to go let them. I'm going to get them in a 10th as well. But let's move on to BLG, who have a very pivotal game coming up straight away. They've got IG coming up tomorrow, I believe. And that is just, it's one of those things where it needs to work out for them. They need to come out with a win from that.
BLG, unfortunately, even given their current standings, I'm actually thinking that this team is going to struggle a lot. They only have 2 more lottery teams that they go up against in TT and Rogue Wars, and the rest of the schedule is incredibly difficult. So BLG, you got to pull out a miracle here. You got to pray to the bot lane and aiming and see if he can actually take you to playoffs.
Your Roman Emperor Clement just putting the thumb down there for BLG as we move on to V5. Now, V5 have one of the shorter schedules. They only have 6 games left. They play Suning, JDG, Rare Atom, Top Esports, FPX, and IG. This is awful in terms of scheduling.
Yes. So V5, I'm sorry, guys. I'm part of the PP gang myself, but it's really difficult for me to see V5 actually making it here. They have the hardest schedule out of that congested section from 8th to 12th. They play 0 teams that are actually in the lottery section. So, tough luck. maybe PP God can make a miracle happen, but it has to be a miracle.
I think looking at this, they literally play one team that's below them. That's what they do, and it's Suning. Yep. So moving on, of course, to IG. IG, they've got a bit of a mix and match. It's definitely not terrible. They've got TT mixed in there, LGD as well, who aren't looking super hot, but a couple of playoff things. I actually don't think this schedule's that bad. They've played a lot of what I would call the big kind of three as such. They've gotten rid of WE, FPX, RNG, and EDG, so they don't have to deal with them anymore.
Yeah, so IG's schedules is pretty interesting. They don't have a lot of games to play, and that's why it's actually harder than the other teams going in. They do have 2 lottery games that they can take down quite easily, but we have seen them actually fumble against the middle of the table. So they need to win every single game against BLG and Rare Atom. Like, those two are going to be very pivotal, and we'll have to pay close attention to it. And if they don't succeed, we actually might not see IG in playoffs, which is something that a lot of people have pondered, but it's actually never come true. It'd be kind of interesting, I gotta admit. And the last but not least, LNG, they play 3 lottery teams. So for me, LNG actually does get a pass. They still have a lot more room to catch up, and they're currently sitting at 8th place. So this is a team that I actually have in playoffs. And, we got through all 5 of those teams right there, but my winners are going to be LNG, IG, and Suning. Those are my professional analytical takes. I hope they come true, but it's a bit of a guess for anyone.
Anything can happen, of course. We are into the final 4 weeks of the season. But now let's look a little bit towards now how the game is shaping up. We talked about the league. We talked about how the playoffs are coming into this. Of course, we've only got 4 weeks left of play. But for the meta as a whole, we're kind of seeing a shift in the bot lane as the LPL kind of moves its AD carry kind of diversity into the next kind of patches or two.
11.3 is super interesting. We actually see a lot more AD carries now. The first one up is going to be the Ezreal. Was actually buffed on 11.3 to give 10 more AD on the Mystic Shot, and we have been seeing this kind of build where you build the Essence Reaver for the Spellblade proc plus the Duskblade proc. So those 2 procs together actually do over 200 damage, and that's not even factoring in the really the extra 80 bonuses that those 2 items give. So you do a lot of damage with this. We have heard Jackie Love talk about it. It's a very smooth curve, and the guys like Loken and Betty have already picked this champion. So we're going to be seeing a lot more Ezreal. Sivir is an interesting counter to the Ezreal coming up. Sivir has appeared in all 4 major regions right now. She was buffed in 11.1 with the Boomerang Blade. The back end of that blade actually dealing full damage now. So she's the best champion at actually pushing the wave and dealing poke through mini waves. She's going to be super interesting. Last but not least, I think our production's almost in game, but it is going to be Jinx because, she has 725 range at level 9 right now, even outranging the Tristana. So she's going to be a huge pick, and on 11.4, she actually gets 60 extra HP back. So this is a champion that we have to keep our eyes on. She's definitely going to show up really soon.
Well, we had a lot to do there, a lot of graphics to run through, but of course the teams are now on to the stage. They will be getting themselves set up for picks and bans, and EDG, I'm scared for Rogue Warriors purely because EDG are coming off of the back of a loss. And generally when a top team takes a loss, regardless of who it's against, they come back with a vengeance. And it's never pretty for the team on the receiving end of that to have to play against.
Yeah, Rogue Warriors are definitely the underdogs here. As we have talked about so far, they've only won 3 games in the LPL. So really sitting at the bottom of the bottom. And EDG, they did lose a rather surprising game to Invictus Gaming. IG actually showed up huge, and whenever you see the Shy actually blind picking Sion or Ornn, you know things are serious. You know that something is happening,
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment as such as we are jumping into picks and ban. Rogue Warriors on the blue, EDG on the red. And you can see there the Alistair, the Rel, trying to limit Mako in that bot side. We have seen kind of the one crack in the armor from the side of EDG has been Mako just kind of randomly getting caught out. So they're trying to get rid of the super safe tanky boys as well as that Renekton. And an EDG focusing on the jungle and the mid lane with Nidalee, Graves, and Twisted Fate.
I really like what Rogue Warriors are target banning out here. Mako has been the main initiation for EDG. When Flandre has tried to do it, I think the results actually vary a little bit. So this is a really smart idea against a way to target out teams, is you basically say that, hey, okay, this is the commander of the team. He's the main shot caller. Let's just kind of make sure that he can't direct the team into team fights the way he wants to. So taking away that power. On the other hand, EDG says, you know what? The main carry from Rogue Warriors, the guy with the highest kill share, isn't even even the mid lane. It isn't even the AD carry. It is going to be the jungle, and they are just going to focus ban out Haro on their end. Now for the first picks, we still have Olaf up here. Very strong champion, and so Rogue Warriors still have a lot of options here, but they are going to go for the Kai'Sa first. Just a decent hyper carry, and I like Kai'Sa a lot just because we are seeing game time slow down a little bit. I would prefer this over the Samira or the Ezreal coming out from Betty.
Yeah, I'm just looking down at the stats as well. I'm just thinking of how Rogue Warriors need to try and shore up their early game. They're going against an Edward Gaming who gets first blood 60% of the time. Rogue Warriors do not get first blood pretty much ever. They get it 27.3%. First tower 75% of the time for Edward Gaming, 36.4% for Rogue Warriors. This early game right now could be really rough for Rogue Warriors if EDG could get going. But looking at the picks coming in now, you got the Lilia, the Seraphine. It looks like they're going to try and maybe go for maybe kind of a tank or a carry top lane, or all the eggs into the Kai'Sa basket. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, Rogue Warriors, it's always an open question on where this Seraphine could actually go. We have seen mainly mid lane be the destination for a number of leagues here, but there's also a possibility for support here. I don't think so given the Thresh that's already selected here on EDG, but somewhat of a possibility. Both of these teams now are trending towards more late game teamfight centrics. That is where the Seraphine is the strongest. Her Encore with the range is absolutely ridiculous. It's 12,000, and she gets to refresh that over and over again. On EDG's end, they have the hyper carry already. They have Udyr as, just a very strong early harassing champion that can drag the pace on and have that buffer for them in the early game. So I think both of these teams right now, for me, are trending more towards late game team fights.
Does feel like that. The Aphelios, of course, doesn't really start to feel that powerful until you do start locking in those thirds, kind of 3.5 items. The Thresh, of course, gives them a hell of a lot of safety. It's a very tried and tested. It's kind of what I would call the Aphelios Thresh is what the Ashe Zyra used to be. If you see one, you're going to see the other because they don't really work separately that well. They're just kind of a great combination.
Yeah, Aphelios doesn't really get going until the Infinity Edge, so much more of a 3-item carry, and you want a lot of protection in the early game, as much as you can possibly get on that bottom side. So that's going to be EDG's draft, banking on the strength of Viper. I think Viper can go for fairly aggressive picks like the Samira, but this time around, EDG, this draft for me, this is playing it safe. This is saying, you know what? We are the better team here. We don't have to do anything fancy. Let's not do anything risky. Sure, we want a rebound. We want a vengeance from losing to IG and losing our flawless win streak, but if we lose 2 in a row, it's going to feel even worse. So let's just go for the big safe picks. There's nothing really special about this Orianna Udyr combo. Really good at directing that shockwave, and then the hyper carry in the bot side. So very, very standard from EDG.
Yep, pretty bog standard. Scout's honestly been playing some of the best League of Legends I think he's played in a very, very long time. He hasn't really been the focus of EDG's success, but he has definitely been a massive clutch player. I'll always think back to the V5 EDG game where he was able to get that 2-man or 3-man shockwave underneath the tower, delay the kind of, deaths going down. They were able to win that one, completely turn it around. But for Rogue Warriors, they've locked in the Gnar. They are going to have to go blind into that top side. And we'll see now what they want to try and push up into the support or mid lane. It looks like maybe they're going to throw the Seraphine down to the bot side and look for something a little bit more aggressive for Forge. This is something that we talked about very, very early on in the split. Forge is known for his AD assassins.
He loves to play melee AD champions, and seeing that Lilia early pretty much was a bit of a giveaway that he was going to go for this champion. It does have a good time against Orianna. Very difficult for Orianna to actually dodge out on the Fate Seal, so the full combo will most likely land for Yone, and any bit of damage coming out from the jungler will be enough to kill them. So great AD-AP ratios coming out from the mid jungle, but this is mainly a level 6 combo. You're not really going to see it kick into gear early on, and the other side lanes for Rogue Warriors have me a bit worried. Blind Gnar is not something I'm an advocate of. I feel like there's a lot of counter picks. We've said that many times before. And giving Flandre one of his best champions in the Gangplank to counter out the Gnar is a bit of a feels bad. And so is the bot lane. The bottom lane is almost a double counter here. Sure, Seraphine is very strong in lane, you can poke out, but one of the best champions at just killing Seraphine are those hook champions. So Thresh, if he ever lands anything, Seraphine's going to have a very hard time surviving. The jungle's going to come in, you have Flash, you have Dark Passage to stick to her. I like the idea from making Forge and Haro the main focus of your team. This is what we wanted to see out of Rogue Warriors, but those side lanes got me a bit worried.
Yeah, we talked about kind of, you know, how their combination really only kind of comes online pretty much across the board at level 6. And looking at the stats, they have an average of minus 2,000 gold difference at 15, whereas EDG have a plus 1,000. That's a 3,000 gold difference effectively between the two. And that makes me very, very scared for a team like Rogue Warriors, where your biggest weakness has been the early game. Their games just snowball against you, and you're not really setting yourself up to be able to shore up those weaknesses. JJ is going to have the run-of-the-mill. Flandre realistically shouldn't really feel any pressure in this early side. We've obviously talked about this many times. The Gangplank does very well into the Nard early stages and then just kind of outscales him exponentially. And the Orianna is never really going to have any kill threat unless, you know, Scout really, really messes up. So we'll see how it goes. Rogue Warriors, they definitely are looking down the barrel of a very, very scary EDG gun. But we are on to the Rift, and we will see if EDG can meet our expectations or if Rogue Warriors have some kind of surprise as everyone starts to fan out. Pretty bog standard start here.
No side has a decisive level 1, but given these draft compositions, I definitely think that Rogue Warriors are the ones that need to get things going early. EDG, they have a composition that is 3-item galore. You look at the Gangplank, you look at the Aphelios, you look at the Orianna. This is one of the strongest teamfight comps you could possibly draft in this patch. So Rogue Warriors, even given their early game deficit and the difficulty of actually finding advantages in their side lanes, I think they still need to pick up the pace. They can't really farm this one out.
Clement, we have crowds. The Jaios have returned to us. The prophecy is true. Well, I'm just excited about it because they obviously, there was a slight moment where they said no more live crowds. We got to make sure that we have everything sorted out for the thing that's, you know, ruining the world right now, and they've obviously brought them back because everything seems to be set up, and I'm happy. I'm just delighted to see them back. The Jaios are an incredibly important part of the LPL, in my opinion.
Definitely, you have to have that passion, and you have to let those players feel the pressure. That's the thing I think the crowds are actually most important about. When we didn't have crowds, I felt like a lot of rookie players actually overachieved, and then it hit playoffs when you actually have people watching you, and then they kind of crumbled under the pressure. So having crowds there is always a nice touch for the home teams, and especially for the rookies to get accustomed to the big stages.
Definitely helps, of course. The more veteran players would feel their consistency definitely will not falter. Of course, the rookie players. I think you're referencing to some certain WE players, but I shall not take your bait. I shall not be put into a corner where I will take your bait. But again, Rogue Warriors, they got Betty now into the lineup. And Betty didn't look bad. We actually had a couple of different segments that we maybe wanted to look into this guy. But against LGD, yes, they lost the series, of course, but Betty didn't play terribly, and I'm glad to see him kind of, you know, obviously after all the uncertainty of whether or not he would play, he's come in and he hasn't looked, you know, like a complete and utter flop. He looks like he's actually adding to the squad. Yeah,
I think he's doing exactly what we expected out of him. He's going to have a good early game. He's much more lane focused compared to other AD carries that a lot of them are more team fight focused, I would say. So Betty is shoring up that early game weakness. We see a beautiful double barrel coming in from Flandre, using the brush onto that one, pretty much touching on the edges of the circle right there. Oh, my geometry is terrible. But yeah, really good trade coming in there. And I think the main thing about Rogue Warriors actually getting their win over LGD is we saw Forge actually show up and play more standard. This has been something that we wanted to see out of him. He was known as a bit of a one-trick in terms of his melee champions. Nothing's going to happen here. JJ spotted out already, so I will continue on Forge. But Forge played a lot more games on Azir, just joined that sort of MVP club, and now he has jungle pressure in this gank.
Well, he's got jungle pressure, but he's got not a lot of health bar there. Haro is around. JJ going to force the flash, you would imagine, out of Forge. No, Haro does get himself back in using his Q to make sure there's nothing else untoward there. And actually, you can see there the Seraphine roaming up on the mini-map. You can see the both supports, so both AD carries being on the left, and all of a sudden we have a 3v3 in mid lane. This is showing you how much pressure, how much priority both sides want to put onto both these mid laners.
Really good warding from both teams. As you can see, the supports, roams from both sides were actually spotted out by the respective wards on the Raptor ramp and on the top side of their lane. Also, something interesting to notice here is the jungle pathing by JDG. It was actually a very non-optimal pathing as he went through the enemy side of the jungle. He did take a Raptor camp away, so he will have more on the map here, but he was down about 2 camps by taking that gank path and then heading straight towards the top lane. So this is EDG trying to get things going a lot earlier than expected and trying to catch people off guard.
See if it does work out for them. There is a pretty decent CS lead actually for Ziv up on that top side. Having eyes on JJ all that time, it's kind of a kind of a passive effect of JJ putting so much pressure and effort into mid lane, is that Gnar knows he's safe. He knows he can push the gangplank in. He knows he can be a bit more aggressive. And I like that Ziv recognized that and did push a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and he actually has a very good buy up against the gangplank. Usually when the gangplank gets an early back on the Sheen, it's very difficult for Gnar to keep his HP bar up, but this is a good buy as he gets straight into the plated steel caps. That's going to help a lot against the parlay. Those do count as auto attacks, so you do get the debuff there. So this item buy is actually quite favorable to Ziv. And on the flip side, I think Flandre tried to pull his wave a little bit closer, but he will be pushing back now onto to this side.
See what way they want to go and work it. Harrow just getting himself ticked over to level 6, that extra camp advantage, so he will have the Lilting Lullaby. Is going to be spotted on this ward though, so Flandre should recognize this and back himself up. Immediately he recognized he can't even try and bait out some kind of the barrels, but... And Ziv with level 6 as well, moving up towards the Mega Gnar. Will have that extra little bit of CC to put down, but when you have the information that the top lane, or the jungler is top lane, you can go straight onto that dragon. Very, very easy for someone like Uda to be able to take this. First global objective to EDG, first advantage to EDG.
Good find by there. They know the jungle path and coming out from each side. I believe both junglers actually started on their Raptors here, so they were going to have opposites. They were going to have like very mirrored clears. And now we do have Forge coming in with the combo. Good flash from Scout.
Scout does get himself out. The Lilting Lullaby is available, and both the jungler and mid laner of EDG were hit. But Forge, using the Sealed Fate, gets himself a summoner, and Scout's kind of feeling the pressure a little bit.
Not a lot you can do in that matchup, as we see Viper take a bit of a trade, trying to get life sealed back on. And Mako just not finding the hooks, as we see the Lilting Lullaby.
Yep, they're going to go for a shockwave. Does land, though. JJ just gets himself out, and it's first blood to Scout. Forge trying his best to just dance around away from the cannon barrage, which we did see come down. The advantage that you get when you have something like Gangplank at the top side. His impact is instant, and now he is mid lane. Forge dashes forward. Might have to expend the flash here if he wants to survive. Yes, he does. Flandre keep going, though. He might have another barrel in the back pocket. Maybe even another one. Not quite able to get the distance on it. He will take a huge amount of tower damage for his efforts, but first blood to EDG, and they are on the board already.
That was a good play in theory coming out from Rogue Warriors. They did have a summoner advantage, but Scout holding onto his ultimate and Gameplank still having the cannon barrage really made the difference right there, as we are going to go into more bot lane action.
Yeah, you do not have the level 6 though for the Seraphine. The shotgun there from Betty as they try to jump onto Mako, who will fall. Harrow picks up that one. TP's coming in from both top laners. Flandre gets exhausted immediately and takes a hell of a lot of damage on top of him. He tries to eat an orange to PK, but he will not, as K-Schwan takes that kill. Nice response here from Rogue Warriors in the bot side.
Yeah, that teleport was a little bit of a waste. It came down really, well, it was on time, but the teleport itself takes a lot of time, and before he could really make it a 3v3, Mako was already a goner. So he comes down, gives up over another kill, and things are actually looking quite dicey for EDG at this point. I was thinking that maybe they would be able to get something out of their early game. The Thresh versus Seraphine matchup is pretty volatile and definitely in favor of Thresh if you have jungle pressure. But EDG, both of these times have failed to make use of that, and Rogue Warrior is actually winning out massively on both the bottom side and the top side, as we do see a swap coming in for the Herald play.
Oh, Shockwave completely whiffs, so that's a big ultimate down. There's Harrow, gets a 3-man lilting lullaby. That is perfect, but they can't follow it up. There's nothing to go. I like the idea, Harrow, but you just didn't have the people behind you.
I don't think that was a great lilting lullaby, just because the enemy team were already so far underneath their own towers. If you think about the people that were following up, it was going to be Forge, who has to go in melee range and take those tower shots. So definitely Haru could have held on to his ultimate there, but hey, they got what they came for. They have the priority, and they also have the bot lane swapped preemptively, so they have numbers advantage, and they're going to be able to take down this Herald.
Still waiting for level 6s for Mako and Keishuan, as Ziv is about to hit Mega. Looks like they might 4-man this bot side, as they know the Rift Herald has been taken on top, so the trade will just be top lane turret and all the plates for bot lane turret and all the plates. But this Gangplank, pretty difficult to dive. No level 6 here, so no Encore available. Harrow has no Lilting Lullaby just yet either. Makes this very difficult to dive.
Yeah, Betty actually loses out on the barrel exchange there and lets Flandre clear the wave. And this is going to be a very much in advantage to EDG. Even without the Herald, they're coming up with a lot better clear. And Ziv can't really do the same thing. This is a Gangplank with Cannon Barrage and with the Barrel Chain, so he can clear the minions a lot easier than Gnar can on the bottom side.
Yeah, he hasn't even been forced to use his Cannon Barrage as of yet. Flandre doing an exceptional job on the weak side here. They will lose first turret already from Rogue Warriors, so EDG kind of losing a lot in this trade here. They get the Rift Herald to get a big charge, but again, you can't really push this back. The Phoenix stance is too powerful here from JJ, and this tower is just too tanky when you take all these plates so early on. So very difficult for the Season to take that turret just yet. And EDG, they're still pushing bot side. They've no reason to back away just yet.
It's pretty surprising to see a three-man stack on the top lane with Herald actually lose to a 2-man push in the bottom side. But such is the case right now, and EDG are getting a lot of gold out of this. Aphelios is going to be very much accelerated. He didn't swap, he went back straight to his own lane, so you know he didn't have to waste a lot of that travel time. And if you look at the CS score, it's very much in favor of Betty. Betty had to spend a lot of his auto attacks split between taking down the turret for team's tempo against CSing himself, and right now he's being put in a massive hole with Aphelios accelerated.
Yeah, Aphelios accelerating is not exactly an ideal situation for a Kai'Sa, especially when he can able to get those, chakras started up, and then even just the threat of a Baron take is very real. You've got the Udyr and the Aphelios, and even with the Orianna kind of like splitting off to a side lane, it'll be very easy for the side of EDG to take that. We'll see how they do want to develop it. We're coming into 12 minutes into the game, and it's still fairly equal, about 500 or so gold lead for EDG, so not the worst in the world. Dragon has spawned, flashes are available except for Forge and Harrow, and actually Betty should have his very shortly. So Rogue Warriors, they might feel like they might be able to contest this.
Yeah, I think they have to do something early. As we said again, this is a team that I don't think holds a candle to EDG's composition into the late game. So they will have to play fairly aggressive here, but we do see EDG are coming in with the flank. Udyr plus Orianna combo has been very common. And, oh, the Shockwave only tags onto one.
Yeah, they get the... Oh, stolen though. Mountain comes down in favor of EDG. Flash Bear slap, as you can see there is the Encore just to try and dissuade EDG from pushing forward. Rogue Warriors put a lot into that, and they gain very little. And overall, it just feels like EDG are kind of, again, dictating the pace.
That was a bit of a misplay from Rogue Warriors. They definitely should have been able to take that Drake. And with that miss smite, or honestly, JJ had a better smite here being level 9. But with that going that way, EDG are going to have open season on this mid lane tower. So they were forced out of the Drake fight. They lost the objective. They took almost half of their HP from the AoE coming out from both Orianna and Flandre. And look at how much free farming Rogue Warriors are getting right now. They get a bunch of push into the mid lane. Flandre doesn't have to teleport, he doesn't have to go to the Drake, and he still gets free farm in the top. So that was another pretty sizable win for EDG, and it means that Rogue Warriors have this diminishing timer on when they can come back into the game. They really have to look at EDG and say, you know what, this is an incredibly fast Drake stack. This is about a 22-minute Dragon Soul upcoming for EDG, which means that Rogue Warriors, they need to hit those power spikes on Forge. They need to get 2 items on him for the 100% crit, and they have to work out all these different time frames in this game.
Yeah, just kind of like looking at it, it's about 22 and a half if you're taking, you know, kind of the time to take the dragon and no contestation, when the quickest you can stack a soul is about 20 minutes, 30 seconds, which is just monstrous when you think about EDG. And not only that, but looking at Viper was the benefactor for so many of those turret plates that they were able to take at the bot side, in the mid lane. I think he picked up a shared amount of about 7 plates. So he's just been hyper accelerated. Has the Kraken Slayer, still waiting for the first mythic for Betty. You can see right now, Betty forced to cleanse. Nicely done there. Good summoner discipline from Betty. Forced out the flash from Mako. So they trade summoner for summoner. So not the worst trade in the world, but Betty needs to be so careful.
I will say one of the best situations for Rogue Warriors to come back in this game is actually to catch people off when they siege, as we see the Encore.
Oh, they're going to go for the Encore. Catches on the 2, and that's going to be one quick kill. If they can get him down, they will. Mako will be next to follow. Betty jumps in onto the backside. They force the flash out of the Viper as he goes down as well. But the Yone will fall just as well on the backside. But good moves from Rogue Warriors. They're keeping this close. They're trying to get some gold in their pockets.
Yeah, that's the move that I wanted to see them pull off. They do have a very good wombo combo with the Encore and Fate Sealed. So I don't think EDG should actually try and spend too much time sieging. I think sieging is way too risky for EDG. If you have 4-man stacked on this mid lane tower, it's so easy for Seraphine to just charm your entire team. Like, she gets extended range over the river like that. And this is a situation where I just felt like EDG, they sort of put themselves in a ramp. Really good engage by Kai Shun, finding the 2 members here. And the wombo combo just going through the Lilting Lullaby, also slowing people down. That's something that's going to be very dangerous for EDG. So I think if I'm EDG, I would just wait it out a little bit. You go later into the game, you have your Zanyas, you have most likely the Mikhails coming out from the support. It becomes a lot easier to actually deal with the Wombo, but you don't really want to be running into a massed group against Rogue Warriors right now.
Only issue though for Rogue Warriors now is after expending all of those ultimates, you can see them all on cooldown. That means they cannot contest for this Rift Herald. That is going to be an easy objective here for EDG. They've got the Shockwave back, they've got the Cannon Barrage, they've got the Moonlight Vigil, they've everything available to them, so they are going to be able to take that one here, probably push this one into the mid lane, a minute till the next dragon spawns, and this will be putting EDG onto that Ocean Soul point. So this is the issues that we had right now, is that yes, Rogue Warriors are getting the kills, but it is don't get it twisted. This is EDG very much dictating the pace, very much pushing for those advantages, and very much in the lead.
Yeah, we have to pay very close attention to the cooldowns here. I like what EDG are doing, backing out as soon as that Herald lands. They don't want to spend any more time than necessary in that narrow corridor down into the mid lane. So well done there, playing off of the cooldowns. And this is an interesting Drake because with EDG going back here, I do think that Rogue Warriors actually have the advantage in terms of percentage gold spent. So the gold lead's not going to be as important in this coming Drake, but the setup will be. EDG doing staggered backs right here. Scout probably not going to get a chance to actually find his back as he is interrupted. And the way I want to see EDG actually approach this is keep their members spread out and try to tag in with the flank. Try to get Rogue Warriors to blow their wombo combo on JJ alone. That's probably the best way to defuse this.
Well, we'll see what way they want to go for it. Flandre eats an orange and he's K from the root that came in there from Kaishuan. They have got the Encore available. Ziv is ramping up to Meganar. You can see him just want to try and hold it until there's no real kind of question of whether or not he should go out. Viper takes a bit of punishment here. And now the dragon has been started, 4,000 HP. This is the fight for you, Rogue Warriors. You have to go for this one. JJ, they're trying to jump in now. You can see they're trying to stun up the Gnar, and he's deleted before he can get any work done. Moonlight Vigil comes down. Rogue Warriors will not get the dragon either. They'll lose two. They'll lose the dragon. JJ almost falls down. It's a 3v5 right now as everyone's just trying to run away from Rogue Warriors. They're trying to see if they can kite this one out. Flash from Scout. Shockwave down onto Betty. Betty uses the killer instinct to keep himself alive, but the auto attack is enough from Scout. EDG get everything and are now on Soul Point.
That was a massive dud coming in from Ziv. I believe he was tagged out by the Death Sense, so he doesn't even get his ultimate off before that goes over. So missing a huge piece of the wombo combo, not able to follow off in unison with the ultimates here, and we have a bit more action.
Yep, we got a little bit, but everyone backs themselves away. EDG just making sure that Rogue Warriors do not get any advance wards for a TP flank with the Yone or the Gnar. Now you're on a timer. This is it. 4 minutes time. You have to fight at this dragon. 23.5 minutes is probably roughly the time. So 24 by the time it gets taken. That's such an early Ocean Drake. And you can see here, I feel like Rogue Warriors, they forced JJ back, but they still weren't able to get it.
Yeah, oh, that was massive from Mako. He did a number on Gnar, making sure the combo doesn't come down. And if you look at Seraphine, I don't even feel like you saw her ultimate come out there. It wasn't a part of the combo that they wanted to get. And they lose everything in that Drake fight. That Mako has to be the MVP for stopping Ziv.
Yeah, this Thresh is doing so much work to stop that. Like you said, the Wombo combo, it just stops the Gnar from getting into position. You're able to get the flay, the hook. And I feel bad for Rogue Warriors. Like, Rogue Warriors are not a unlikable team, but they're definitely not a good team. And, you know, sitting at 1-9 in the standings, you're not really feeling super confident in this team. It looks like most likely they're going to go 1-10. You've 5 games left to try and not be last in the LPL. That's a sad place to be in.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them to come back, and I do want to touch about the game state right now. It's the timers we were talking about. Yone really wants to get to 2 items, get that 100% crit. But as we see now, that's actually not possible before the, it's going to be very difficult before the Drake. So EDG might be able to force a decisive team fight before Yone can find full power in this mid game. This has been a reason why Yone has been coming back in the meta, was because of the previous patches giving him 100% crit rate now on just 40% from items. So,
yes,
if he gets that, it's a huge spike, but if he doesn't even get that before the decisive dragon fight, then EDG should have a fairly easy time to clean the rest of Rogue Warriors up.
Yeah, you got 2 items now on the Scout. He's got the Leandri's Anguish alongside the Zhonya's. 2 items here for Viper, Kraken Slayer, and the Runan's Hurricane. Flandre working up towards his Immortal Shield Bow, I would imagine, that he will be wanting to go for on this Gangplank. Viper takes out the top lane tier 1, so there's all tier 1 turrets dead and buried. 2 minutes until the Ocean Soul is spawning. It's a 5,000 or 4,500 gold lead here for EDG. It's slow, it's methodical, and at the end of the day, it's just clean.
Exactly what EDG want to do in a rebound game. This time, they go for a fairly muted composition. You know, they're not trying to play for the Jace. They're not trying to play for the Samira. They're just saying, you know, we're the better team. Let's play a scaling team composition and force the enemy to come into us. I like this mentality a lot better than going full vengeance mode on bottom tier teams. I feel like this is the way to go if your team wants to make sure that they can continue to progress in the standings. Now, just to
I want like sub 20-minute game. That's what I want.
You know what the fastest game has been in the LPL so far?
I think it's like 22:30 or something.
Oh yeah, you're actually really close. Almost right on the dot. 22:36, and the victim was OMG, and the perpetrators were Sunni. So
see, I like that. I like the explosive nature of it. I like the idea of, like, you know what, we lost and now you're gonna pay for it, and the other team just being like, oh no.
Oh, why did
we
IG
didn't
have
mean
to
it. You didn't do anything, but it doesn't matter.
True. It's a bit unfortunate. Not gonna happen this time, but hey, maybe next game. Because we are playing in best of 3, so if you win game 1, maybe you can switch routes and go for the quick finish. I
think I do agree with you, though, in terms of the holistically looking at how the meta is going, as I have to stop myself. Ziv is nearly Mega Gnar. They have the Gravitum. Ooh, that hook down could be a big cooldown if Ziv decided to go in just there and now. But EDG are in position. They are the first ones here. 23 minutes on the clock, 10 seconds until that Drake spawns. Mako taking a little bit of punishment here from the Swirl Seeds. Everyone just kind of backs away. You can see no real vision here for Rogue Warriors. They're trying to just force themselves in, and while doing that, they are taking a huge amount of hurt. Just trying to garner some vision, trying to garner some advantage. And here they know they have to take this fight. 4,000 HP. That's a great zoning cannon barrage coming out here, and there's nothing they can do. They try to wait it out. They try to look for the wombo combo and run. Stun, dub, done. JJ running straight in onto these carries. These barrels are doing so much. Moonlight Vigil hits down on the 2 with the Gravitum, means they are able to stun him down. 3-man shockwave. EDG are cleaning up house right now. JJ is not not done. Never mind he is, but with the Dragon's Soul, the Baron on the field, and nobody except Betty alive, EDG are just going to take the Baron and try and end the game.
Not gonna lie, but that was very anticlimactic. I think there was two main issues there. Number one was Ziv's Gnarbar was in mini Gnar, and he actually was in cooldown mode, so he couldn't get any of that rage back up. There was no chance of him getting a Gnar ultimate in the pit. And the second thing was, I felt like Kaishun's ultimate was just, it was a very low percentage play trying to steal the Ocean Soul. But at the same time, it also meant that his team didn't have any disengage tools anymore. So I find that super questionable from Seraphine, and I would have liked them to see if they're gonna go for this play, try to go all in, and if not, at least hold on to the Seraphine ult for the disengage. But with both of those options gone, it was very easy for EDG for them to just chase up. Mako finds another good hook. Forge tries to get a wombo combo, and he pretty much is forced to actually just take the E back to cleanse out on the CC there, so he doesn't even get any damage after the crowd control lands.
I mean, run stun job done in the great words of Jay Kaserek Salzipenko. That's why this Udyr is so powerful. It's so annoying. You just get so many, effectively point and click CCs with the bear stance that just keep resetting, and you're so tanky and annoying that if they do focus you, not only will they very rarely be able to take you out, but you're just not worth it. You're not doing damage. You're just running and being a stun bot, which is all you need to be if you're in these compositions. And EDG now looking at a 9,000 gold lead. They've got the Baron buff. They're pushing in a kind of a 4-1 setup here. Cannon Barrage is there. All summoners available apart from Viper and Mako. This is as easy as you like, as clean as you like. This is going to be a tough series for Rogue Warriors when we go into the next game. They need to try something different because I feel like this game is done.
Hey, all I'm asking for is one wombo combo from Rogue Warriors. You drafted Seraphine plus Yone for Encore plus Fate Seal. If you don't land that combo this entire game, I'm gonna be sorely disappointed. This is what I came for, okay? So I don't care if you're gonna lose this game, but give me one good wombo. Let's go.
Well, they've whiffed their combos now 3 times in a row. Drake fights 2, 3, and 4. You see, these towers are just paper mache right now, being just shredded down by this Felios combination, and with the gangplank in tow as well. The 80 damage you're able to put in is just insane. Forge looking like he's trying to go for the safe seal. They're trying to get Betty onto the backside as well. The Cannon Barrage is, again, fantastic to just zone everybody away. Zib is by himself and dies trying to get onto the back line, and there was your wombo combo, and it felt more like like when you're expecting a massive firework and it just kind of goes like, woo, and then that's it. That's all it gives you. As we see Betty dropping down. Shockwave was expended. Run stun job done. EDG, they get themselves all of the Nexus turrets. They will take down the Nexus. This is going to be about 27.5 minutes. Seraphine will pick up a second kill just onto the Udyr, but this is all they are going to say for this game. EDG dominant from start to finish. Decimate Rogue Warriors in game 1.
Yeah, pretty sad end to this one, despite how good it started out. Rogue Warriors actually found the 2-1 kill lead early. Their side lanes were ahead, and I really think it's just the mid-game macro play plus the dragon fights that sort of doomed them. The change to the lane swap to the top lane where they got Herald was, it was a pretty standard play in the LPL, but the problem is you usually actually get the tower first. They not only didn't get the tower first, the enemy team was able to push down to their second tower. So that was one of those situations where I don't think they factored in the top lane wave clear difference, and it really bit them super hard. And the other thing was the second Drake. The second Drake where they were in position first, and JDG just stole it in front of their faces was really difficult to watch. They lost so much momentum off of that.
This waddled in and was just like, cool, now we're on 2 Drakes and we have to stack. We have the stacking power, you have to fight us. And you're against things like an Orianna, a Gangplank, and a Felios, these massive AoE abilities that can just make you clumped up. It just feels bad at the time. And it's becoming hard to watch Rogue Warriors a little bit. I don't have a problem with a team being bad. I have a problem with a team that's directionless and doesn't really know where they want to try to put their resources. And I feel like right now, Rogue Warriors, they have a lot of good ideas, but they just never really make it stick. They don't really know exactly what they want to do. Like, they had an advantage in top side with Ziv, didn't really do anything with that. They tried to force stuff mid. You know, Harrow getting a 3-man sleep, but no one was really committing to it. Betty was forced to leave his lane and try and get all these different things. It just felt like they were trying to do things and just never did anything in the end.
Yeah, they actually try to do a lot of pretty standard things from teams, but I think it's just lacking on the details about execution, not factoring minute details like escape paths, not factoring, wave clear speed coming out from their top laners, and Kaishun also just being a very, very new support. That was a fight and a Baron that I don't think EDG should have gotten. Like, sure, they should get Ocean Soul. That's fine. They were in position. Yone doesn't even have 100% crit. He isn't at his power spike. But that ultimate from Seraphine was completely unnecessary when it was a very low percentage play, and it pretty much doomed them to EDG's engage on the backhand. So I just think that Rogue Warriors are just lacking on the details in terms of execution. But the plan itself wasn't all that bad. So, I actually want to see what I want to see out of Rogue Warriors is this. I want to see them actually just try to drill down one composition. It's just like, you know what? We're not going to be able to learn 3 new tricks. Let's just go with one and see where it leads us.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do it. But for EDG, this was exactly what you expected to see from them. They have shown a consistent affiliation, if you will, or affection towards those Drakes, towards those compositions that favor around Drake fights, and it's working for them. Like, yes, they are 8-1. They did lose to IG, but IG are just one of those teams that on the day they can beat anyone in the league, literally, and on the other day they will lose to anybody in the league, literally. So it's a hard kind of justification to say that the EDG are still not the best team in the league, and Rogue Warriors are certainly looking like the worst. But we'll see if Rogue Warriors are able to bounce back. We're going to send it to a quick break, but when we return, pick and bans for Game 2 will be just around the corner.
He's going to keep this away alive, but Cloud9 now funnel in. Sven going to be on a killing spree as he takes down Smoothie, and it looks like absolute carnage here as Cloud9 are going to run over the rest of CLG, but Finn actually has found a way back through. He's going to get the knock up on the Perks, and Turtle also fighting back at CLG in a 2v2. It's a triple kill for Turtle, it's a quadra kill for Turtle, and CLG have turned it back around, and as Turtle grabs the pentakill.
They want to end this game, but Toby, he wants to say no. He puts on that back massager onto the Scion, and it's barely even that because it is Scion. That is a big sleep, though. They're going to find the Callista in the front line, and she's just going to go down into that Guardian Angel, fighting front to back here. That's a massive shield. Look at Death. He gets into the back line, and he's going to shut everybody down, and I think that's just going to end this game here. Death is able to just sweep everybody into the dumpster.
Então o Titã tem que chegar para poder castigar, não deixar todo o time da MTZ bater no Jojo. Olha o Flash, consegue atordoar, força o Flash do outro lado, o Jojo vai apanhando muito, embaixo da torre, tá lá! Tira a mão do Micão, fica o confronto agora, o Micão contra o Titã, o Micão quer levar mais uma, e na experiência contra a novidade, o Titã vai levar a melhor!
Uno por C les da pie para ir por el varón, pero están un poco tocados y podría ser un 50-50, aunque hoy no esté muy finutiado. Muy perímetro,
Atención con esto porque Odi intenta robar un doble, asegura Mightyver, pero atención con esto porque Zeus asegura un doble asesinato. Odi muy tocado, sale bien con el destello, siguen cayendo los jugadores, termina siendo un exterminio para el equipo de Rainbow Seven.
And with one more dragon to go, that's a 25-minute Mountain Soul. Neon takes a gigantic... Oh, there he is again! Oh!
That is beautiful!
The snipe from downtown!
wanna stay with you. Watch pleasure on the foamy ground. Show you, baby, baby, wet time. I'm fending in the platch on the floor. Wait tonight on the
我觉得对战 RW 的话，他们的打野选手是比较算是对面的中心吧，所以要针对一下打野的地方吧。我觉得他们的打野哈鲁选手的话，比较喜欢前面打节奏的风格吧，所以要克制一下他们的进攻。
We're back. We have just come back off of a break where EDG decimated, deleted, taken off the face of Summoner's Rift Rogue Warriors. But for Rogue Warriors, you can see they have options. They have, like we talked about a little bit before we went into the break, they have things they can do, but they just need to keep swapping it. They're not doing it perfectly. The execution's never really that clean. And you were saying you want to see them pick something, commit to it, and just try and get that one thing down rather than trying to be, you know, all these different other tricks.
Yeah, honestly, like, I wouldn't mind if they selected the same draft and just said, you know what, Wombo Combo it is, we're going to do it again. It's one of the drafts that's, relatively speaking, easier to execute and also can come back given a gold deficit. So I don't think it's actually a terrible idea for Rogue Warriors to just say, you know what, we're going to open Orianna, we're going to open Azir, let's try it again, let's see if the Yone works.
Yeah, we'll see, but we have to talk about our MVP from Game 1. It is Scout on that Orianna. He was honestly just perfect in terms of his KDA, definitely, but 100% kill participation as well. He was around all those team fights, and those shockwaves were just so good to be able to clean up all the fights.
The most important thing for me is that he just never fell to the combo. If you don't give Yone any gold, the Wombo combo starts to lose a lot of its power come mid-game, and also his item purchases I felt were pretty smart. He went for Sword Shoes first, just to maximize dodge potential against the Yone, and he also rushed very early Zhonya's. So making him sure of safe, making sure that they don't get to snowball off of him, and on the backhand, he was able to do massive amounts of damage in these team fights, especially with this play as, it's actually going to be the next play, but he takes down Betty here, and in the last team fight, it was a great 3-man Shockwave, perfect targeting, perfect positioning, really good on the timing, just having a lot of patience to wait for the play to develop on itself. All these members rushing in, and then he pulls the trigger.
Yeah, just the trigger discipline that we talk about, and when able to, yes, you have these massive ultimates that are very powerful, very, potent, but if you don't use them at the right time, they lack their agency, if you will. You can see there the difference between the Seraphine Encores, from Kaishuan versus the Orianna Shockwaves from Scout. Yes, they are very different in terms of what they are trying to do, but just being able to have that from the side of EDG just makes them so much scarier. And Scout, again, I said at the start of the cast, and I'll say it again, looks like he's playing the best League of Legends of his career right now. This guy looks like he's on a massive resurgence.
I agree with you 100%. This is exactly what I wanted to see out of Scout. We know that he can be super flashy on things like the Corki, things like the LeBlanc, but I always felt like it was his fundamental play that was really what was keeping EDG this far ahead of the rest of the teams throughout all of these years. And in this meta, where most of the crazier things are taken away, I actually think you see another side of Scout. One that is dependable, one that is always winning his lane, and one that has a lot more discipline. Compared to his other like Corki and LeBlanc picks, which I always was a little bit iffy on because of his side lane performance, I actually think Scout in a purely control mage environment is showing up to be huge.
Yeah, and I think that's just a testament to the meta right now. Consistency, being able to not go super far behind, or even if you are in a losing matchup, to not die, to not give the opportunities to the enemy team. That's really, really shining through. And it's funny because we talk about, before we get into the next picks and bans, but we talk about all the different kind of styles of, mid laners that we have in the LPL. You've got your absolute pop-off carries like Rookie, Doonby, Knight. They're not looking super hot right now. Even like Rookie in their last game, in the last series against Suning yesterday, just looked kind of invisible. Didn't really do anything. Wasn't really able to kind of get anything going for him. But it's the likes of Fofo, Scout, Crying, these guys who are moving up and up and up in terms of saying, look, we're not exactly the most flashy players, but we're definitely the most consistent, and that's what's working out for teams right now.
I'm going to be honest, it's a pretty bad meta for flashy mid laners. It's pretty much a control mage only meta. And we have been seeing Azir after the Lunar New Year break. He has won 16 out of his 21 games. So it's a very slow meta, let's be honest. It's a very control mage heavy meta. And if you want to play assassins, you want to play side lane split pushers, I'm sorry, you just don't have that time of day. Tier is still a very incredibly strong item. We're probably going to have to wait for 11.4 for things to actually shape up. But into Game 2 draft we go. Once again, EDG targeting out Haro. This is how Rogue Warriors beat top esports, if you were wondering. Haro basically was able to land every spear behind his back, over walls, closing his eyes. He just landed everything. So you never want Haro on a carry champion.
Never really want to go from EDG fully committing to those jungle bans. Does mean Ziv, though, gets his hands on the Renekton. It was banned by Rogue Warriors in Game 1. This time they let it through, and they banned the Udyr instead. So I like this adaptation from Rogue Warriors. They're trying to give Ziv a little bit more agency into that top side. And then for EDG, you've kind of got a lot of different things you can work towards. There is no Kai'Sa, so you could lock in the Rel here. You could lock in the Rel Samira if you really wanted to. There's a lot of different things you can go for here. There's no real pressure here from the side of EDG to really, show any of their cards just yet in the solo lanes.
It's super hard to predict where EDG drafts are going to go because they can actually play carries in all three lanes. They do favor hyper carry ADCs and just playing around bottom lane. But even the Aphelios, they didn't pick a lot. They actually favored Samira and Kai'Sa a lot more, and Aphelios was only their third pick of the day. So this is really a roster that can go anywhere. It seems like they are going to be setting up for getting the tier 1 jungle now that everything else is pretty much off the board, and just stocking their entire composition up with hard crowd control. This is also a great takeaway from Rogue Warriors comp. If you look at their current champions, Alistar and Renekton would have been great with that Taliyah, but EDG sees through the veil and takes away that strategy.
Takes away a little bit of the strategy there. The Taliyah definitely not as prominent as it used to be. Still something you have to respect. With the Taliyah, the Nidalee, the Lilia all taken away, it becomes very difficult to see what kind of a jungle pairing they will look to try and get in with this Renekton up on the top side. Might go for something a little bit more aggressive. Could go for the Karthus. Ooh.
Let's
okay,
go.
I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah, if you're talking about jungle carry, what better option is there than Karthus himself? This is super late game, incredibly powerful. And, you know, recently we actually have been seeing a bit of a different summoners come out. We actually have seen a lot of exhausts come out from the Karthus, just to keep himself safe in the jungle. And his synergy, the Requiem synergy with Night Harvesters is insane. Because you actually proc that Night Harvester damage on every single target, giving you almost like, you get 625 damage just off the Requiem with Night Harvester guaranteed.
Yeah, this is something that if it gets rolling, if it's able to get some foot in the game, this is a big win condition for Rogue Warriors. It is still hard to see them taking down EDG, but I like the direction they're going. I like the fact that they had enough answers in their back pocket despite all these jungle bans and jungle attention they've gone. They still have something that has a lot of agency, and this is something as well that I think people misunderstand. Like the wall of pain slow is actually really crippling when you're able to get it down. If you're able to get that on top of someone, not only does it slow you down, but it reduces your magic resistance. So the idea that you can, the Karthus has to just farm and keep farming, it's kind of a bit mute. If he's able to find an opportunity, he will be able to take it, and that's very, very important to recognize.
I will say this, however, Karthus in the LPL, we have seen it throughout the splits pop up here and there. It has not been great. The thing about Karthus is you need to drop very, very strong lanes. Even though it's a scaling champion, your composition can't try to match his scaling. It has to actually protect him and play around him. So I expect Rogue Warriors to try and go for a lot of early game lanes, or at least lanes with priority, to sort of push things out and make sure that the enemy team can't just walk into your jungle. Because that's the main thing about Karthus. If he gets going, he's great, but a lot of the times, the farm up phase for him to actually get there is incredibly long.
Yeah, it takes a while for him to get there. If he gets put behind, he's almost null and void and doesn't really need to be, can be pretty much ignored. You used to go zombie Karthus. I do believe you used to be the teleport revive, and you just run at people and die and immediately get back up. That is ancient history. That is a very long time away. But with all these AD carry bans, the Ezreal going to be picked up here for Betty with the Lucian for Forge in the mid lane. So again, this AD kind of style of a champion here for Rogue Warriors for Forge. And honestly, I am kind of liking where they're going for this. The only issue I have with it as such is that if this gets behind, they are really far behind, and EDG should be able to smash them. So it's all about this early game now for Rogue Warriors.
I actually like the Lucian pickup. This is something that pairs well in terms of magic damage and AD damage in the mid jungle, and it's also a very strong laner. Like, you can use the Lucian to bully out early mages, push them in, and just try to keep that Karthus safe. However, the blind Lucian against the Ryze isn't a matchup that works that well later on. The main thing about Lucian is you have a lot of mobility, but when Ryze comes in, he does have the root and stun if he tags you with the spell flux, and we have seen Ryzes go for the Everfrost as well. So if any of those chains do land, then the most potent weapon of Lucian is taken away, and you could find yourself in a Talia combo. So I think that's what we're going to see coming out from the side of EDG. They are going to be fairly farm focused in the early phases of the game, and then when you see those items come out for Ryze, I do expect them to play very aggressively, try to shut down Forge, and then take down the jungle with them.
We'll see how it all kind of pans out. Again, it's fun to see the Karthus being picked up here by Rogue Warriors. They are still looking down the, it's literally a massive bear just on top of them. They've brought out a little tiny stick. It's like David versus Goliath. You kind of want to see David win. Goliath, though, there's a reason why Goliath does end up winning 9 times out of 10. It's just such a huge undertaking to take down such a monster. But anything can happen, and we have seen Rogue Warriors pop off this season, just not consistently so. Jumping onto the Rift, EDG looking to take down this series 2-0, get themselves back into winning ways after their only loss of the season last week. And Rogue Warriors looking to double their wins in the season as they try and take down the Goliath that is EDG. And we're onto the Rift. Again, no real shenanigans. We'll probably see a ward being put down on either Raptor camp. And I'm glad the Gyos have returned.
Yeah, and this should be in EDG's home arena. EDG is a team organization that has a lot of affinity with Guangzhou. This is where most of the organization actually started, and also Clear Love is from that province as well. So having a lot of fans there, having a lot of local fans, always great to see for an esports organization.
I just like giving the GIOs a little room, you know, a little bit of respect, if you will.
Oh, sorry, did I ruin it?
Not at all, not at all. I appreciate the analysis because I was casting with Hysterics recently, and there was little to no analysis between the two of us.
I'll be honest.
It was fun. It was fun, but
in some of the bloodier games in the LPL, a lot of times I even doubt what I'm doing here. It's like, am I really necessary? Why was I born?
I think a lot of like LPL color casters have gotten to that point of just like, what am I casting? Like, what was the point in this? Like, why am I here? There's no reason for me to be here. And play-by-plays go on and take it. But of course, without you guys, we would have nothing smart to say. We wouldn't be able to explain anything. You wouldn't be able to go through the whole setup of Karthus or anything, you know? I can't be allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to be trusted with that, Clement. That's why you have to keep me, you know, in check, if you will.
Okay, but I'm telling you, if we get another EDG and IG game where they have like 26 kills at 15 minutes, then you take over the entire game. Because we're going to go from replay to replay to replay, and you're not going to see any map rotations, you're not going to see any setup, and you're not going to see what the players even buy. Because it's going to be full screen replays the entire way.
Pretty much, as we see Forge using the Relentless Pursuit. Flash in from Scout, get the knockback as well with the seismic shove. Forge should be able to leave, though. 2 flashes for 1. I still think that's in favor of Rogue Warriors as EDG try to punish the overextending Lucian.
Yeah, that was pretty well done, and I really like the, even though it was a failed gank, this is fairly interesting from JDG, because most Talias do start on the top side. They get, the AoE clear is quite potent against Raptor camps and also Krugs, but this time around he tries to catch Forge off guard here. I felt like Scout did give it a bit away, but he had that spell flux already tagged onto Forge. That's why he was rushing forward for it. In the end, nice idea, but just a little bit lacking on the execution and the damage front to make that work.
A little small bit of panic there from Harrow as he realized he hadn't killed the Gromp with his final little skittle, and needed to rush back very quickly with the W to make sure he did not lose that camp as it was just about to stop its aggro. And then we can see the Talia moving from the top to the bot, trying to get that double scuttle going for themselves. They haven't taken the Raptors just yet. You can see actually he's doubling back on the mini-map to make sure that Harrow's not able to take this one for free. Harrow just going to throw down a skittle or 2. Wall of Pain perfectly positioned to just zone everybody away. But JJ realizing he can't just go for these double scuttle starts as bot lane gets a bit of an engage. Kaishun just taking a lot of punishment. Mako probably equally as much. And everyone just backs themselves away. Just, you know, it's not about the results, but sending a message, you know?
Yeah, the core thing about these trading patterns between Rel and Alistar is most of the time Alistar actually wants to use mount up because the auto attack can't be stopped by Alistar, but the crash down can be. So what form you use for your crowd control is actually quite important, and it does affect the trades quite a bit. I believe in that trade there we saw Mako use the crash down, and you know, Kaishun was able to block that one out, even though he did take a little bit more damage. So we're going to have to pay close attention to that one. JJ is unspotted, and the fight is on.
Yeah, they got the TP coming in as well. Probably going to be the Alistar given off to the Wolves here. Viper almost going down, and Betty overcommits. He will fall. That is first blood going over to EDG again. Another first blood to add to their first blood percentage. And Rogue Warriors, they've got people down here now, but with Scout roaming so quickly, just so valiantly, they were just able to make that work for them.
Yeah, that was a bit sad from Rogue Warriors. They had the right idea. We had Haro actually poke into the enemy jungle, but he just missed JJ. JJ did start from his bottom side, so his pathing is a little bit unorthodox, and the timers were just a little bit off. JJ is able to get around the bend and get into the bot lane before Rogue Warriors really noticed this. And if you look at the trading right here, I think Betty goes very, very far forward, way too over-aggressive. The attract and repel was actually still there for the extra stun to go down, and he doesn't find the trade back.
That is a sad moment there. And yeah, good rotation from JJ. Maybe not as fast as clearing as the Karthus, but definitely a lot faster around the rift. You can see Forge now being able to pick up this massive wave. Very nicely done there by Kaishuan. Just being able to keep that one nice and steady in the mid lane. Actually see a cull here for Forge, so realizes that he's probably not going to get much kill pressure. Just kind of wants to see if he can CS as much as possible and get as much of advantage from that. Now Betty... it's going to find a lot of problems now going against this Rel Samira combination. And this is something actually we could talk about before we get into the next kind of fight as such, is that this Rel Samira combination seems to be just very, very potent at just making 2v2 kills happen pretty much so consistency.
Yeah, the follow-up from Samira is a huge point about this. When you're thinking about Samira going in onto the 2v2, the best way for her to enter is definitely with the passive. Daredevil Impulse does extend knockups and allows you to rush forward. So that is a great way to get in the fight. You still have your gap closers in, and we are going to get a 4v2 into the bottom lane as Kaishuan is barely out of position.
Yeah, just barely out of position. Was actually behind the wall in pretty much his own jungle, but because of the Realm Warp, because of that semi-global effect you have, and Scout, again and again, this team fighting, again, it's not about the flashy plays. It's about being consistent. It's about being set up for your team, and he has been just the catalyst for EDG so far this season.
I think a lot of it does come down to the fact that you are playing this Karthus jungle. It's a very slow jungle that doesn't give you a lot of power early on. So we have been seeing EDG just take over the river, and with JJ creating priority for his lanes, Realm Warp becomes that more powerful. Honestly, just threading the needle on that play. That was a play that I think players that aren't familiar with Rise wouldn't be able to make. That was very much on the margins with their kill onto Kaishuan. And now we are going to see finally level 6 take over to Haro. He's going to get a lot more power. And the solo killer potential coming in from Karthus is actually something that's very powerful and underrated.
Yeah, well, despite those 2 kills in bot side, despite the Ezreal and the Alistar both dying, it's actually the priority for Drake onto Rogue Warriors. They got the reset, they have the Karthus, and again, the Wall of Pain is something that I feel like people have to give a lot of respect to. If you let out that kind of bit of a slow, also the resistance, as we see now Ziv might be forced to flash away here, does pop the dominance and flashes straight away. Scout is a roaming machine. He doesn't care if he's a little bit behind in CS. He is going to be making sure that all of his other lanes are set up perfectly.
Yeah, it does have 2 assists, and with the call being purchased by Forge, I don't think Forge actually has the laning pressure anymore against the Rise. Typically, the Lucian does go for Gale Force as his first item, just extends his range and has that execution. But I'm a little bit concerned about this call. Like Forge doesn't really have the same pressure anymore in lane, and we are going to see another 2 flash for 1 flash trade at least. So Forge comes out ahead on that one.
Yep, gets another 2 for 1. Nicely done there by him. Kaishuan jumps in on top of Viper, but Viper is very, very safe there with Mako in tow. Betty here just trying to throw out a couple of random skill shots, see if he can get any purchase with that one there. The Ezreal we talked about a little bit, of course, in the pre-game, but it has kind of slowly teetered up in terms of priority. And again, we talked a little bit, Jackie Love as well talked about it as well, but it's the how cheap it is, but also how nice of a curve you have. But you need to be able to get those early advantages. You need to at least stay even in order to make this pick work.
Yeah, if you think about the Duskblades, it's 3,200 gold. Your components are really strong. The Sheen comes first, the Tier comes in as well, and you know, you can get that. You get a lot of extra Mystic Shot attributes here, as we see a solo.
Yeah, they're going to go in. There's the Reaver's Wall as well. Scout comes in with the ult as well to try and just help out his team. Not able to get the turnaround, though. Scout picks up himself his first kill, but his 100% kill participation right now. And Haro, he's going to try and find some stuff in the jungle.
Oh, this is such a sad Crocodile. The only reason that Rogue Warriors actually picked the Renekton was likely to keep enemies away from their jungle. Renekton does have shove in most matchups in early levels, and they were just saying, you know what, Ziv, you're gonna have to sacrifice 35 minutes of your game time for the first 5 minutes of the game. Just make sure that Haru can complete his first clear. But this is the consequences.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they do not get the seismic shove, so the CC chain is not quite there. Mako forced to flash away. Heal has to be used by Viper. There's no summoners here for Mako, and a nice little punish from Rogue Warriors, and importantly, they get the kill on Taharo.
Yeah, that was one situation where Forge actually was leaving his lane first, so EDG going a bit over-aggressive onto that one, and a good play from Kaishun, you know, just pops his Unbreaking Will and stands on the ramp. Make sure that none of his AD carries are touched here. It's a very easy kill. What are you doing, Viper?
Oh, he's not doing anything. He's not going to lose anything, but he is being a bit, shall we say, boisterous, confident, if you will. And I would be too if I'm having the season he was having. He's honestly been such a great, we've talked about it many, many times, how he's pretty much the MVP candidate. And there's very few people, apart from people maybe on his own team, that would be in the what was it, the conversation, excuse me, for having MVP of the split. He might as well get Rookie of the split as well. Wow, not a single Skittle hit there. That was I think Haro was looking at us like, did someone steal my camp? Did someone steal my camp?
That's great from our observers. You know, the great thing about LPL observers is they are all ex-pros, at least LDL. So they have an uncanny ability to catch on to your every single mechanical misplay.
Have so much opportunities to be able to make you look like a fool. The Summoner's Rift, it's like all the outplays in the world, no one will ever, you know, kind of forget the time you know, like for example, Yankos and missing Nidalee Spears. It's become a massive meme, and it's something that I don't know why has become a massive meme. As we see the Rift Tile being dropped into the top side, that will give a nice 610 gold to Flandre, and there's about a 3,000 gold now for the side of EDG. Mako gets himself the Ferromancy to crash down and out of this harm's way as Rogue Warriors now. Again, bad early games in Rogue Warriors. Name a more iconic duo because they're just not able to shore up these differences.
Honestly, what we're waiting right now is for the damage check. We are waiting for that Requiem to come down and see how much Haro can actually get done here. I feel like everywhere else on the map is not really expected to win. I think Scout has actually scaled to the point that he's not that afraid of Forge anymore, already with the Zhonya's complete, so he can dodge out on most of the culling, even if he doesn't get any more move speeds or flashes. So honestly, we're just waiting here for the first big team fight, for Haro to call down the death song, and to get a bit of a view of what his debut album is going to sound like.
You love your album analogies, don't you? As you see Mako forced to use the crash down there. And this is, again, good priority from Rogue Warriors. They are in position first for this Dragon. And they should be able to melt it pretty quickly. They've got mid lane pushing in. They've got bot lane pushing in. Betty is able to move up with his team now. Viper has to clear out this way very quickly. The Realm Warp is being channeled. Nobody takes it. The TP comes in. Now, the Dragon has been secured. Rogue Warriors, do they look for the fight on top of this? Yes, they do. They find Mako. The Weaver's Wall now tries to separate the fight as they get Kaishuan to jump straight on top of JJ, and they get themselves 2 quick kills. Nicely done by Rogue Warriors, but Flandre's not quite done just yet. Flash away by the Alistair, and now the real fight can ensue. See, the Wall of Pain comes down, and it means it forcing Flash away from Flandre. And now 2 kills, a Dragon, and they are getting themselves back into this game slowly but surely.
Oh, EDG tried to do the full-on collapse. They come in from 3 different angles, but I love the way that Rogue Warriors played that. The correct answer to that is always to make sure you attack one side with all of your members first, and they get Mako down before he even pops the Magnet Storm. That was a huge win, getting the support and the ultimate away. Viper doesn't have any combat stats, and the solo lanes are stuck on ramps, unable to join the team fight. So decisive action coming out from Rogue Warriors and winning the day.
See exactly how this one went down. You can see they put down the Realm Warp, but no one from Rogue Warriors was phased by it. They just kind of went, yeah, we know you're not going to take it because that puts you in a worse position.
Yeah, Ziv goes super ham here. This is exactly the right play, and I feel like JJ's landing spot was super questionable. He could have been interrupted by damage, but he lands straight in front of the, never mind, as Flandre might be joining his fellow teammates in the replay.
3-0-0, third kill for Haro, and he is starting to stack up nicely here. He's already got his Liandry's Anguish, and see, you can get those stacks going as well in the Dark Seal. If he's able to get a Medjai's at 10 stacks, this Karthus becomes so difficult to deal with. We talked about the pressure and the damage he's able to put down at such a safe distance as well. You pop down the Requiem and gets everybody down super low. I'm liking this from Rogue Warriors, and EDG, they're kind of losing a little bit on the side lanes. They're kind of just taking this one a little bit too slow for my liking.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there from Flandre, just dying there very unexpectedly. But the kills going over to Karthus is something that should be very worrying as we see Mako with the engage.
Oh, Forge gets caught out straight away. They do use the Realm Warp, and now Kaishun gets flecked back by the seismic shove. Should be able to keep himself alive. He did have to pop the Unbreakable Will, but kill's a kill. And EDG equal up that kill count. It is about a true 2,000 gold lead, just a little bit under in favor of EDG, but those dragons are stacking, and Ocean Soul is going to be on the cards in about 7.5 minutes if they don't stop the count.
EDG still have CS leads on all 3 lanes. This is what's keeping them afloat right now, but what I want to see is them actually going into the enemy jungle and trying to stop the farm from coming out on Haro. What the most important thing about this is, like, ever since the jungle changes, you can't really funnel resources into the jungle as much as you want to, but taking away the camps is definitely still the preferred method to keep Karthus down. So I like what EDG are doing. They have eyes on 2 camps in the bottom side of the map. They're poking in onto the red side, and I want to see them go here harder, because let's be honest, Ziv doesn't have any say in the top lane. Like, you can completely forget his lane, roam around for 2 minutes at a time, and then come back just to pick up the wave. But if you can deny half of the jungle away from Haro, that's definitely going to be worth it.
Haro trying to make something happen in this bot side. Summoners are available to Viper and Mako, apart from the Ignite, so should be a very difficult dive or a gank if they were even to look for it. Forge in this mid lane, not had the most impact on the Lucian, but keeping up in CS with the Rise. Both of them on 10 CS a minute, so doing very well in that department. You see Flandre with the push in this top side, able to steal those camps, and that's exactly what you said you wanted to see from the side of EDG, is of kind of deny Haro as much gold as possible, make sure that he's not able to get up to his second, third item as quick as he can.
Yeah, and I do want to see what the item build is going to come out for Karthus. There's actually been a number of interesting items. You do have Demonic Embrace with the Liandry's Anguish. That actually works out quite decently for him, as he does go in, and the extra armor helps him extend his DPS time, even though he can still deal damage while he's dead, but, he can deal damage while he's alive too, so that still comes out a little bit in your favor. Yeah. Another couple of items that have been pretty common are the not exactly common, but I was actually looking up Karthus builds yesterday. I was like, this is kind of interesting. We'll see where this takes us. Demonic Embrace is one of them. Rylai's is still pretty decent, especially with Liandry's Anguish. You can keep that DPS down a lot longer, and you do have very persistent damage with the AoE on his W, I believe. So a lot of different builds. We'll see how he goes, and of course Death Cap is the go-to to cap it off, as you have good ratios. Ooh.
Here we go, jumping in. The Ferromancer gets knocked down as they're trying to jump onto Haro, take him out of the fight, but he's not dead just yet. Ziv jumps onto the backside. JJ goes golden. There's the Requiem that's going to bring down everyone below half HP. Boom! Welcome to my jungle. As Rogue Warriors, they get the fight, they get 2 kills, and they're going to be able to turn onto this dragon. This will put them onto Soul Point.
I was kind of surprised by the angle of attack from EDG. They were standing on full vision and trying to go over a wall. So they had to expend a lot of gap closers to ever get into that one, and I just wish that they were a little bit more patient with this play. The typical way you get into River from this angle is you push mid, but they went for the fast, expedient route. Kaishun did a great job at shutting down Mako once again, and they never found the backline. They put a bit of damage onto Haro, but most of it went onto Ziv, and they couldn't find Betty either. So just I wouldn't call it desperate, but it was it was a bit of an expedient play coming out from Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it felt a little overforced, maybe a little bit panicked, and with all the summoners available to Rogue Warriors, they only had to expend 2 flashes. If we have a look again at this fight, it's exactly what you said. They tried to overforce it from over the side of the wall.
Yeah, the flash from Scout to start things off is definitely not what you want to do here, and he does have to stop his own DPS. Mako is also going super far deep into the composition, while Kaishun does a good job keeping 3 members of the EDG beyond the mid lane brush. So they have 0 pressure on the enemy backline. They spent a lot of abilities just to get over the wall, and it doesn't end up working. So kind of a weird approach from them. Now, I will say EDG's composition, they actually don't have a lot of ways to nail down this Ezreal. Most of their champions walk forward and don't have gap closers, and I find it very difficult to imagine a scenario where Betty is actually ever crowd controlled.
They're kind of relying on Scout a hell of a lot of time to set up something with Flandre coming in off the back of it, or just a great Reaver's Wall to separate the fight into maybe 2 different sections. It's very difficult, like you said, to lock down pretty much anybody, especially when they have their summoners available. But now 2 items are starting to trickle in here for Rogue Warriors. We're starting to see them get, you know, a little bit stronger, a little bit more confident into this game. They still have a gold deficit of about 1,000, but that was about 3,000, you know, about 5-6 minutes ago, and they're on to Ocean Soul Point, so there is 100% room for them to be able to come back and win this one. You can see stopwatch being picked up here by Harrow. He recognizes that he needs to be the one that stays alive for the longest while in these fights. And if he can pop down the Defile while also dropping into a Stasis, he's going to do a hell of a lot of damage and be a hell of a nuisance for this team. Now, looking down the thing, we get to see the Everfrost. And this is something I actually wanted to ask you because it's something that we've seen quite a lot. We've seen a lot more Everfrost being picked up here by, you know, AP mid laners. And I wanted to pick your brain a little bit as to why we've seen that change out of maybe, you know, like the Leandries or the Luden's Tempest.
There's a couple things going on here. On live, it's already been buffed. And I think the buff version of Everfrost is actually pretty ridiculous. You get 15 flat AP out of that item for nothing. It's just a very efficient item at this point. But on this patch currently, I think the main reason is because of the Rocket Belt nerfs. Once the Rocket Belt nerfs went down, the follow-up movement speed you get was from 50 nerfed down to 30%. That's actually a pretty big nerf if you ask me. So there's less chase potential on Rocket Belt, and now Everfrost does see its time in the sun. The other item for Rise, oh wait a minute, but the fight is going on all different fronts.
Yeah, Kaishun has been caught out a little bit, did pop his ultimate to try and stay alive. The Weaver's Wall is there, but he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. All 5 members take themselves over the wall with the Realm Warp, and that is a kill in favor of EDG. So if they get themselves a pick, they should be able to get pressure into this mid lane and take this turret, which then itself opens up the map. You can see them putting down pings onto this Baron. They want to try and establish vision control because they know they can maybe go for a force between the Ocean Soul and the Baron.
Take a look at the timers here. It is going to come up in 1 extra minute. And for EDG, I think they have to play towards the Ocean Dragon's side. If I'm Rogue Warriors, I actually don't mind that much if you take Baron and give me Ocean Soul. I think this early in the game, I will be able to weather the storm, and I have all of my inner turrets still up. So I'm actually willing to take that trade if I'm Rogue Warriors. And that means that EDG has to play towards their opponent's strength now and set up vision on this bottom side instead of going for the top. And indeed, this is exactly what they're going for.
All right, 35 seconds or so now until the Ocean Soul spawns. EDG are in position, but you can see there Ziv has just snuck himself in. He hasn't got a second item yet, but he does have Flash just about available. The only Flash that's not available... Good seismic shove, great damage, but no one blows any summoners just yet. Ziv putting himself up into the pixel brush to drop down a ward, and Harrow is here as well. Flandre moving in with the sweeper to make sure he's unseen, and now mid lane priority is the name of the game. Forge went back to try and heal himself up. He also picked himself up a Zeal. Harrow in a little bit of trouble, has to try and back away from Flandre. This is going to be smite used by Harrow just to get a little bit of CS back. Flandre has already gone into Mega. Now the Ocean Drake has spawned, and you can see it being started up by EDG. Now, Rogue Warriors, do you go for the fight? They jump straight in on top of Scout, but he goes Golden Forge is dead. Harrow trying to put out the damage. Betty still untouched in this fight, and this Dragon is still doing damage. They're trying to see if they can go for this. Oh, nice move by Viper. He gets himself a double, trying to look for the triple, but there is the Requiem. Betty's still alive. Betty's still going. Betty's getting the kills. Betty's got the damage. They trying to see if he can take away the... He missmited! He missmited JJ with a massive mistake, and now a 2v2. JJ puts up the Weaver's Wall. You gotta drop it immediately as he goes in and flashes behind the red buff. Betty saves the fight for Rogue Warriors, and EDG are on the back foot.
Oh, that lack of crowd control really hurting EDG. They had a perfect start of the fight. They take down Forge. Haru is at half HP, but then I felt like they went a little bit too ham. Viper wanted to end things right there, right now, but he ends up getting 1 kill, but giving the opportunity over towards Betty. Betty is able to clean up and really take the fight all the way. Honestly, after the first kill went down, it probably would have been better if they stopped the chase and actually just took away the Dragon Soul. Instead, they go for the chase down. Betty finds himself alive with help from his dead teammate in Haro and is able to clean up with some nifty moves right here. Even the output. Oh, he smited too early. 100 HP.
JJ, my bro, my dude. You even made my voice crack. That's how so surprising it was that Betty was able to get that steal. But now, this is so difficult for EDG to try and fight it. Yes, you have a slight gold lead of about 1700, but the Ocean Soul, it's just mad. You see how long Betty survived in that fight? Now imagine he's added extra little bit of health regen on top of that per auto attack, per ability hit. This guy's going to be so difficult just to lock down. You mentioned before of how hard it is already for him to kill this Ezreal.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good options right here. Rel is pretty much useless against Ezreal, and I think Rel is a large part of why we're seeing more and more Ezreals come back into the meta today. It's just to dodge out on that Magnetstorm crowd control. So honestly, for me, the best way EDG should actually play this out, and what I believe they should have been doing for a while right now, is actually playing the 1-3-1. They have advantages in the side lane. Gnar is a matchup that Renekton can never hope to match up. And also, when Scout gets to scale up, he also cannot be denied in the side lane against Ford. So Rogue Warriors, they're going to be thinking ahead and say, you know what? We're going to start the Baron and force the 5v5 right now.
Here we go. Realm Warp being jumped in. Kai Shun just being a punching bag as the rest of Rogue Warriors back themselves away. It's actually Rogue Warriors who commit their own teleport to try and be a part of the fight. So I actually feel like EDG come out on top of that one. They use the Realm Warp and nothing else. They gain the Alistar ultimate. They gain the Renekton TP. They've got themselves a position now to try and move back into this Baron pit. Now for Rogue Warriors, you're now on the back foot again. You need to try and find the fight, but EDG, like you said, they don't want this fight. They don't want to be in a close combat. They don't want a 5v5. They just want to try and, get the side waves going, look for the global pressure with Scout and with Flandre, but they're not being allowed to right now.
Fighting Karthus in the Baron pit is always a death wish. The Baron shreds 50% of your magic resistance, and then you're sitting in Defile for at least 7 seconds. So EDG really don't want to take a pitch battle against Rogue Warriors on that topside river. I like what they're doing right now. They're spreading the map in. All you have to do is just keep eyes and keep vision on the Baron, but in the meantime, try to continue to snowball by using the 1-3-1. You have a global in JDG to go into any of these side lanes much faster than Rogue Warriors can rotate, so just try to use that and find picks elsewhere.
Well, Forge, the lone clearer of wards, while EDG used the buddy system with the jungle and support to try and get rid of some of the vision that Rogue Warriors had acquired. 2.5 minutes, or just a little bit under here until the Elder Drake spawns. So that could be another tradable ability. And now we're seeing 3 items being picked up by the AD carries. You've got, pretty much the build that we expect. You don't go with a Mythic anymore with the Ezreal. He's looking for that healing cut to try and stop Viper from getting as much sustain in these teamfights with the Inferno Trigger. Viper, though, forced to dash away and to heal. This is the pressure now you have with Rogue Warriors. They can take a little bit of hit. This is the thing. They can start the Baron because they have so much sustain. With Flandre has TP and he's pushing in this bot side. Now Rogue Warriors, what's your medal? What's your call? They turn to try and take down this Baron. This is where the fight could potentially happen here. There's a TP now being channeled. The Baron down to about 4,000 HP, 3,000 HP. Weaver's Wall comes down, 1,000, 2k. Now they're going to turn straight away off it, and they're going to try to go for it. But Baron has been stolen straight away there by EDG. They lose 2, and oh no, Rogue Warriors, what happened? What was the call? What did you do? It's a triple, it's a double, it's a full house for the side of EDG, and they might just be able to end the game.
I'm at a loss for words. That was... I wanted it to be more hype. I wanted Rogue Warriors to just all in onto the Baron. I felt like that was the right call because there was no way that they could actually match teleports. EDG Flandre had that advantage, and they went for the turnaround instead. But I don't think their composition actually excels at Engage themselves. They're really good at keeping people away, but Engage is not their forte. As they run straight into Flandre, he gets a great stun, and one of the most impossible things actually happened. Betty dies before he can even flash.
I want to see exactly, because I think Scout got on top of him, was able to root him down with the Ruin Prison. Let's have a look. But like, you turn off it when it's at 2,000 HP. That's just a bad call.
The Weaver's Wall was even there. They knew it was coming. And just look at this galore of ultimates coming out. Gnar actually does find this stun on the backline, and they all just fall down to the AoE from Inferno Trigger. That was just... That was painful to watch. I honestly, Rogue Warriors, they should have stuck on the Baron like you mentioned and just forced EDG to come into them. Even if they get wiped, Haru is going to get so many kills.
Yeah, Haro will be able to clean up house. You can see the Requiem at the end with the Defile, and of course the Magic Shred from the Wall of Pain was just doing so much. Flandre jumping in on top of the tanks of Rogue Warriors to try and dissuade them away. They do knock down the Blast Cone. They have Baron, but they know that Elder Drake is very much a quick steal away from them losing this game. EDG got themselves back into a winning position. They're about 7,500 gold ahead. They are still looking down a Ocean Soul Drake, though, for Rogue Warriors, and Rogue Warriors trying to push forward. Demonic Embrace has been finished up here for Haro, so important to recognize that alongside the Magi Soul Stealer. They use the Realm Morph to get them into the pit. There is a pink ward, though, so Rogue Warriors are very well aware of this. I don't think they can get into the pit, though. They can't move forward. Mako plays perfect bait to get everybody away, but the next fight, double kill for Forge. It's now 3 kills for the side of Rogue Warriors. Yes, you get the Elder Drake, but you need to get them super low. Now Flandre might be caught between a rock and a hard place. He needs to get himself out of this way. That is 3 out of the 5 Elder Drakes gone, as well as 3 of your 5 Baron buffs. A little bit of an overcommit there from EDG. I think once they got the Elder Drake, they could have just backed away and then pushed mid.
Hey, Viper might still win the MVP this split, but that was a troll play. That was hilarious coming in from Viper. He flashes over the wall and dashes into 5 people. I don't know what to say, but that's just...
yeah. This is one of those games without analysis, and you can see here, they get the dragon. There's no way for anyone of Rogue Warriors to get into the pit. Mako plays perfect keep away, and then here goes Viper for reasons. And then the rest of his team feel like they have to double down. They have to commit with him, because otherwise they're just going to lose that carry. They've seen if they can get anyone low enough, and they just can't.
They could have won if everyone was on the same page, but still I think that was at the very least communication error coming from EDG. Viper saw the play that nobody else saw, and nobody probably will ever see. At least not in his MVP reel.
No one ever will. Yeah, definitely no one will be put in the MVP reel. But this feels like one of those games where, what we were talking about earlier, you don't want to try and break it down, because sometimes in the LPL things just don't make sense. It's not even like an unforced error. It's just straight up inting, and I think that is the best way you could put it there for Viper. You're a tanky boy, but if you get anyway CC'd at all by Ziv, by Keishuan, you're just dead. There's nothing you could do. There's no way you can outplay that if you're knocked up into the air or just sitting there like a duck not knowing how to swim. It's very very weirdly set up there. JJ taking a lot of damage. Flandre just about to go mega. Will get it. Kaishuan. Oh, not able to protect his mid laner. Forge goes down. They forgot there is still 2 more of those Elder Drake buffs available to them. 2-shot barrage whizzes past Mako's ears. And they're kicking up the tier 2 now in this top side. Now they look to try and push in through this top lane. They can probably turn onto the inhibitor in a minute's time in the mid lane as well. They need to be careful, though. Haro is here, and Haro now has 10 stacks onto his Medjais, so he's starting to get a little bit more dangerous as we start to move further and further into this game.
So we do have to talk a little bit about the itemization. The reason that Rogue Warriors picked up an AD carry mid laner was for Haro to do maximum damage. He's the only AP source on his team, and if you look at EDG, they really haven't itemized against magic for magic resist. Talia doesn't have any magic resist. Gnar doesn't have any magic resist. So what they want to do right now is, Betty is gonna be a bit of an annoyance, but he's not actually gonna deal that much damage. What he wants to do is just gold the enemy team to come into them, and for Haro to finish up the fight. Haro is gonna be the main damage dealer. We saw in the last team fight he was putting 4K, 5K team fight damage across the entirety of EDG. So they still have that itemization edge, and EDG have to be very careful. I don't think they can go in as hard as they did on the Baron fight or in the Elder fight as they want to, and they really have to play this quite measured. I think the best way for EDG to play this is actually get a kill and sort of back out a little bit. Make sure that you're not standing in the defile too long. Make sure that you're not full committing so that Haro can find his chances.
I see double Medjais, or sorry, not Medjais, excuse me, Morello Namicons here for Talia and Rise, respectfully. And Azanya's picked up now for Haro, so he's got that extra little bit of survivability in these fights. Also with the Defile, like you mentioned, he's level 16. That's a big spike in the damage you get with your ultimate. You imagine seeing now Flandre with the Mega coming up very shortly. We're looking to try and find a bit of an engage. The Talia wall is perfectly separating the rest of Rogue Warriors from their tanks, who are just being peppered down by Viper and Flandre. They get the Blade Whirl to try and block out some of the Ezreal damage, but now Flandre being turned on a little bit. The inside line has not quite been picked up here by EDG. There are super minions no longer in that mid lane. They have all inhibitors up, and with the Baron spawning, you can see EDG, they're trying to rotate back towards it. Flandre wants to try and get back to base, heal up, get himself back into a favorable position. They have got a couple of wards deep in enemy territory, as Rogue Warriors just trying to defend this Baron. But there's the flank coming in off the backside. Doesn't have Mega just yet. Will be a little bit a while off from that one, as Betty now finds himself a little Gnar, a little Pikachu there. Mako taking a lock. K-Tron goes in with the flash pulverize. Tries to jump in, but Mako finds 4. Betty on this side is trying to see if he can kill him off. Harrow jumps straight in onto the back line. It's a fight on 2 fronts, as Harrow now going to drop down the ultimate. Requiem does not pick up anybody else. JJ, though, in a lot of hurt. Needs to be so careful. Betty, though. Betty! Oh, he's going to go down. Scout with the perfect Zonyas, but the rest of his team now, with everybody being so damn low, can just turn on this like a dime. Zip trying his best, but a good seismic shove keeps him away from JJ. Flandre pushing in that mid lane, but with these death timers, we're looking at about a minute or so. It's going to be a 3v3 for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was a very interesting fight from Rogue Warriors. They actually cut EDG off on the left side and then went for the flanker on the right. But at the end, Flandre actually managed to get away, so it wasn't that bad for them, really. But you could see the ability of Karthus to really section fights and just make sure that the enemy doesn't want to stand in there. There's a lot of interesting things you can do, and JJ is not going to go all the way in.
No, he can't. He wasn't able to get the full distance, but it does push Rogue Warriors off of that Baron. Now, Elder Drake is spawning again in 5 seconds. They've got Baron on the board. They've got Elder Drake. Harrow's only just respawned. Betty's just going to be on the map a little bit late, as well as the blue buff being stolen here by JJ. Important to note, because Harrow does not really have a huge amount of mana regen on his side. Also lost a couple of stacks on his Magi, so he's not actually as powerful as he once was. TP being committed here by Scout as he looked to try and just burn down this Elder Drake. Pings coming down. The wards are there. Can they burn this one down in time? I think they might be able to. TP being committed here by Ziv in the mid lane, but I think it's a little too late. Baron or Elder down to about 5,000 HP, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000. Mako again with a 3-man catch as they get the Elder Drake, and this feels like it should be EDG able to take this fight. You can see on the backside, Flandre just keeping everybody interested. He will not even go down for his valiant efforts. Kaishuan is going to be turned into mincemeat, and that is going to be the game for EDG. Definitely not the most convincing in the world, but a win is a win, and they're going to chase down the rest of these kills.
Nowhere for Betty to go anymore, and EDG used Realm Warp to the maximum efficiency. Send multiple people in an early rotation towards that Elder Drake. It's a 1v2, attract repel. Are they going to find the stun? They do, and that is going to be the kill and the series over to EDG in a 2-0.
Definitely not the cleanest of game 2s after game 1, but EDG will get the 2-0. They get themselves back to winning ways, and they have a lot to think about when they go before they go into the next series.
Definitely suboptimal game from EDG. I'll be honest, I feel like this game they won off of experience rather than mechanical play. They had a lot of good macro decisions coming in with their globals on the Realm Warp and the Weaver's Wall to cut off Rogue Warriors from approaching the objectives. But throughout most of the game, I think their decision making was a little bit off. Their team fight engages were quite questionable. I felt like they were incredibly forced at times. And they didn't really index into the 1-3-1 as much as I would have liked to. They had a huge leads in both solo lanes, and they just went into the team fights regardless. 5v5'd the enemy team, didn't really take away that much from Harrow's jungle. So there's a lot of tape that they should review, and we're seeing Rogue Warriors, you know, even when they are on the bottom of the league right now, when Harrow gets going, they still have a shot at the best of the league.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard pill to swallow for Rogue Warriors. You feel like they might have deserved a game 3, but you got to win those games in order to come back and give yourself that opportunity. EDG, they take the 2-0, puts them now onto 9-1, 6 games remaining. They are almost I'm pretty sure they are almost guaranteed. I think one more win guarantees them playoffs, like 100%, regardless of any other results. So they're going to be pushing towards that. And again, we're seeing why EDG are just such a very, very strong team, such a powerhouse now within the league, because they're just playing these teamfight compositions so well. And even when they should be losing a game, when they lose things like the Ocean Soul, they're still able to find those team fights that work out in their favor.
Yeah, EDG for me, it's just, they have too many carry points. It's very difficult for you to shut 1 point off. Even if someone is having a bad game, the rest of the team can still carry them out of a rut. So for Rogue Warriors, that is a team coming in with only 1 point of focus on the map. It's very difficult for them to actually claw back and win sustained fights in the long run against Edward Gaming. However, I do still think we are seeing a bit of EDG's faults coming into this meta. This is a very front-to-back heavy meta. I think it is one where teams that can teamfight well, like WE and RNG, are going to find a lot of success, while teams that rely on priority or are more split-push focused, like FPX and EDG, will struggle a little bit. So we are seeing a bit signs of that. I don't think EDG has been the best engaged team in the LPL at all, and they did pay the price for this multiple times in this fight, in this game.
Yeah, and I think the biggest consistent thing that we've seen from EDG is if you're able to stop them from getting those drakes counting up, if you're able to stop them putting you on that timer, because like you said, they're not great at engaging, but they're great at absorbing and engage. They are great at forcing other teams into them and onto their terms. If you can stop that, and the key to that does very much seem to be in those drakes, you do have a foothold in games, and this is a pretty glaring weakness for EDG if they're not able to, like again, the Udyr, the Olaf were banned, they had to go with the Talia. They weren't able to get those early drakes stacking for them. It meant that at the end of the day, Rogue Warriors picked up those drakes. Rogue Warriors were the ones who had the pressure, and we saw they had to just kind of rely, like you said, on their mechanical prowess to be able to take out this game. Now, again, they had the gold lead throughout, but this was definitely a lot rockier than they probably wanted it to be.
EDG are a great team with good objective knowledge. They know how to bait you out and force you into awkward situations with their globals, with their setups, but they're not great at rushing into an objective themselves. They're kind of like a team without an entry fragger is kind of what I would compare them to.
Yeah,
if you're talking
sense.
about Valorant terms. So that's going to be the sort of weakness from EDG. I think teams will try to exploit this. We will see more long-range compositions. The Azir and Ezreal comp is something that I expect teams to try to take out against them. And Jinx is also on the horizon. So EDG, they have to play a bit better. And I also want to see them index into 131 more. This was one of the biggest promises of the team when they picked up Flandre. Flandre was a great split pusher. He was a great flanker, but they haven't really utilized him this season that much just because Viper was so good. They could just play around Viper, forget about side lanes, whatever. But coming into the next patch 11.4, when we are seeing jungle slow down, when we are seeing the tempo going to slow down and hyper carries take a rise, EDG have to be able to either A, win the teamfight outright, or B, know how to avoid the teamfight. So it's going to be a very interesting couple of weeks, and the biggest test has yet to come for this squad.
Yeah, speaking of the biggest test, it is Saturday, I feel, is the biggest test for them. RNG versus EDG. It is our match of the week. Massive implications. The winner of that could be first place in the regular split, which is insane to say that we're only on week 7, and of course there's still 3 more weeks of games to play, but that's how impactful that game feels for both these sides. And for EDG, they are good, they have very, very high highs, but they need to bring up that consistency. Like you said, just bringing up the kind of, better, the different styles of composition that they can kind of bring out, because RNG right now, they are looking so good.
RNG have hit the meta on the head. I think they have the correct meta answer right here. The read is perfect. The Scions coming out and the Alistar, the front lines. That's what you want to go for on 11.4, especially with the Azirs. So we have to keep attention to that and see if EDG can actually match the best of the league.
See what they can do. But for Rogue Warriors, sadly, they are hitting double digits in terms of their losses. 1-10. Look, 5 games left to play. It's hard to not, be negative about a team that has only really shown negative. This was a very good positive game. Of course, they had a lot of early agency. The Harrow Karthus pick I actually really did like. They just, again, didn't really do much with it. They kind of overforced certain engages and shot calling. That Baron play where they just got the Baron down to about 1600 HP, and it's like, you don't think that Talia has, 900 damage in her kit and then a 900 damage smite? Like, come on, guys. Like, you're better than this. These are your basics of League of Legends, and it's hard to try and like be positive about a squad that just every time you see positives, they just throw it back into the negative.
As a Ziv fan, that's gonna cause me some nightmares down the road. I can feel it coming already. I'm just gonna imagine JJ coming over the wall and sneaking my Baron away from me. But, yeah.
And it's not your fault.
I want to say for Rogue Warriors, I've actually been pretty satisfied with both drafts today. I felt like they had very strong identities, very clear win conditions that they wanted to achieve for. Wombo combo in game 1 with Seraphine plus Yone was super interesting. It was outside of the box, and it's exactly what Rogue Warriors need to do given their talent level. Game 2, also a very interesting draft. Full AD composition outside of the Karthus. Give Karthus that itemization advantage and have a team composition that's really hard to catch up with Betty. So I feel like these comps are great. The ideas behind them you can see in game actually working out. Both games EDG fell for the best case scenario of the compositions, but they just have macro mistakes that they don't take through and a lot of details that they haven't worked out just yet.
Yeah, for speaking of details, we got to give you the MVP from Game 2. It's going to be Flandre. This guy on this Gnar was just so impactful in keeping EDG in the game, keeping that pressure down, and honestly just setting up the team fight so they could actually come back.
Oh, his damage score was absolutely insane. He did the most damage in the game, I believe, even over Karthus from Harrow. And that side lane pressure was a big reason why Rogue Warriors had to rush for that Baron. They were thinking that Flandre had that teleport and could match at any time, so they had to force him to come towards the team fight. And when he did, he got a great pickup onto Ezreal as well. We're gonna watch this one as I think this is this is before the Ocean Soul, so one of the earlier team fights here as he's able to come in with the Strike Breaker and catch out Kaishun multiple times. This is a team fight where he found great success at just targeting out Betty. He gets the kill onto him with the combo, and Betty has been pestering this team the entire time. Finding the Ezreal was incredibly important to them closing out the team fights afterwards.
Yeah, and just you have to give so much respect to him because, yes, he was a tank, but just these engages time and time again, he just kind of stopped looking at the front line, jumped onto Harrow, immediately onto Betty, onto Forge. It's straight away. There wasn't even a hesitation. It was just like, the Karthus is dead. My job is now onto these guys. Just cannot overstate how important he was for EDG to be able to come up and take that second win. Flandre has proven to be a massive upgrade for EDG, and honestly, upgrades all around for everyone they've brought into the split. Viper's been fantastic. I think that Flandre's looked very, very good as well. This is a team that can look very, very strong on their day, can do very, very well on their day. It's just, again, shoring up those small little, we're nitpicking, but shoring up those small little, kind of mistakes they're making in those games where they're not able to get those dragon stackings is kind of the key to them being a pure dominant force.
I don't think it's nitpicking necessarily, but it's just talking about trends. But we will have more time to talk about EDG as JJ has come in for an interview.
Yeah, we're going to send it over to Wendy, who's talking to JJ after his big win.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have JJ from Edward Gaming with us, so congratulations on today's win. And in today's matchup, you have faced against Harrow, your old friend, and RW always play around Harrow, so I'm curious about how to restrain his performance from the ban pick phase and also in the actual game. 那首先恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利嘛，今天也是面对上了老朋友 Harrow 嘛，而且 RW 也经常围绕着他来打。那么在今天从 BP 和实际的游戏里面去怎么样去限制 Harrow 这个点位的发挥呢？
今天上来就是3班打野吧，就把打野都搬光了，然后比赛里也一直去找他的位置吧，就是让他没有事情可做。
So from the ban pick phase, we use the first 3 ban cards to to all give to the jungler position, and also in the actual games, we try to find Haru's position and try to restrain his performance in the actual game. And also in game 2, Haru have picked Karthus. This champion got his first appearance in LPL this split. So have you expected this choice? And I'm curious about how to handle with this champion in the actual game. 那其实，在第2局 ，Haro 也是拿出了死歌打野嘛。那这也是这个赛季他在 LPL 的首次登场，所以想问一下，有没有预料到这个选择呢？又怎么样去在游戏当中去处理这个点位的？
事先是没有想到他会选这个英雄的，但是选下来之后，我们其实是可以应对的。就这个英雄的话，他还是比较吃就全队的配合吧。
To be honest, we didn't expect Haru will pick this champion in the ban pick phase, but after he locked in this champion, we feel we got some strategies to handle with it. And also, I think for Karthus, he really needs all the cooperation from the teammates to help him in the actual game. And also in game 2, RW got the Ocean Dragon Soul. So after that, were you guys feel a bit nervous and how to handle with that situations? Because Ocean Dragon Soul is quite strong currently. 那其实，在第2局比赛，对面也是拿到了水龙魂嘛。然后想问一下，在当时会不会稍微有一点紧张和着急呢？然后呢，在那之后又是怎么样去应对的？因为其实拿到水龙魂还是对他们是一个比较大的加成的。
水龙魂丢的时候，就心里还是蛮紧张的吧，然后就感觉非常的不好打。但是队伍的氛围就是安慰，就是觉得能赢就没事。
To be honest, after we lost that Ocean Dragon Soul, I feel a bit nervous at that time. But in terms of our team's atmosphere, we feel like, to be honest, we can get the win. So we just comfort each other to win the game. And currently from the live streams, we have noticed Viper's Chinese really improved a lot. And in the previous interviews, you guys have told me like the rest all of you will do the short calls and Viper will just follow the instructions. So I'm very curious about how's the team's communication in the game now. 那其实现在从你的直播中也能感觉到 Viper 的中文好像也是提高了特别多嘛。在之前的采访里，其实你们有提到说，其他4个人一起来做决策，然后 Viper 就跟着就好。那现在队伍内的整体的一个沟通模式是怎么样的呢？
比起之前 Viper 纯操作的话，现在他会更多的加入到这个整体性，然后他也会给出一些建议吧，因为他中文水平真的很好。
Like previously, Viper will merely focus on his own mechanics and operation, but now Viper will join us and make some short calls inside the game as well. And to be honest, I really think Viper's Chinese got so much improvements. And my last question is, in the next game, you are going to face against RNG and Wei and Ming. They really have a very strong jungle support roaming currently. So is there any expectations towards the next matchup? 那在下一场比赛 ，EDG 也要面对 RNG 了嘛？那他们的一个野辅选手威和小明也是有非常强的一个野辅联动和游走，所以对下一场比赛有怎么样的期待呢？
就 RNG 是个很强的对手吧，就希望跟他们打一个很精彩的比赛。
RNG is really a very strong opponent to us, so we want the next best of threes can be a very exciting series. And congratulations again！ 那再次恭喜你们 ，and see you guys， 拜拜。
We just heard about Viper learning Chinese, and I wanted to give you a little bit of a quiz. Do you know what the hardest Chinese characters to distinguish in terms of League of Legends vernacular is for most Korean players?
I'm going to go ahead and say maybe like kills or my kill or something.
It's actually him and tower, because in Chinese that's ta and ta. And it's really crucial.
Right.
So a lot of times what we will see from players that are new coming in from Korea is they will actually misclick on either the tower or the person in tower dives. And that just...
Kill him, kill tower.
Yeah, they sound almost exactly the same in Chinese. But I hope Viper gets through that. And congratulations to EDG for the 2-0.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Of course, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we'll have our second series of the day. It is going to be FPX versus JDG.
side. I come through and lift up the vibe. That's just what we bring, we get live. Gonna get this party started alright all night. Got the rhythm on deck. I don't need to tell you what's next. Just jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Got my cup full, I'm fine. Head to toe in that drip, I'm wavy. Couple man I ain't seen from time. Couple girl I might move to wine. Like, hey miss, is this no crime? Would you let this one dance be mine? But even if the stars don't align, ain't no way I'm gonna lose my shine. It's pure vibes on the floor. You got drinks? Brought some more. Got my brethren, all about. We ain't rich, we ain't poor. We're just flexing on the ends. I might text a couple more friends and get loose. It's the vibe when the man run up inside.
已经先行倒在地上，这是 EDG 一波反打的机会。剑魔再次入场开启大面，他如同天神下凡。
交掉了 Q 这边在观望，第一波进场加料只炸到了一个狗熊，加料回身一扔被打断。哇，这波这个解卡到位了吗？
下一个是谁？阿卡丽又进来杀人了，先把熊给宰掉。TPDOT 交出自己的闪现往后拉，但是巴德一个非常精准的定住了2个人，
来不到了。哇 ，Holder 直接瞬间融化。
英雄联盟任其完成了一个恐怖游戏 ，Holder 这一波真的吓得不轻。
亚高再上城柱以后，
这次面对硬币哥的话，就知道他说他喜欢发育的话，那就在中路一起发一把，但是就希望他不要去搞部队啊。我们要赢 FAMLAS 的话，就我中路要看住硬币哥吧，然后也要小心他们的野辅联动。我们要先把这些做好，才能有机会赢下 FAMLAS。
We're back. I'm Penguin. This is Clement. We just finished off EDG versus Rogue Warriors. EDG able to take the 2-0 there. And now we move on to our next series, which is FPX versus JDG. And FPX after the break haven't looked so hot right now, Clement. They are struggling.
Yeah, we came after Lunar New Year into a new patch and a new environment where FPX weren't lacking their jungle. Bo, of course, sitting out for now. And it hasn't been great. They've lost 4 straight games against W and RNG, and we're here to break down some of the reasons. FPX, they still are off to a very good start. In their games, they've actually had 3 of them in the lead at 15 minutes. A good start from especially top lane Nugri, who's up 500 gold at that moment. And Beichuan is actually doing good damage and getting first bloods. But when it comes to the Dragon teamfights and then into the Baron teamfights, FPX have just been a mess. This is a team that really likes to play with priority and play for picks, but their early members and their teleports have really not been hitting the mark in the early game so far. We've seen a bit of questionable plays coming out from both Crisp and Nugri as they go a bit too far forward into the play and just give up their lives. So this is a team that still has a great early game, but when it comes to objective fights, their method of dealing with the Drake just isn't working as well. They prefer picks, and this meta is more about 5v5s. We saw RNG just run them over with Sion and Alistar frontlines in pretty much both games and just take the win like that. The WE series was also very similar in terms of the story. Shanks held down the mid lane with those control mages in the Cassiopeia and Azir, and then you saw better frontlining coming out of the team with missing as well. So FPX, they have a bit of a puzzle to solve on patch 11.3.
Yeah, of course, they're going through kind of a bit of a transitionary period. Of course, Bo no longer eligible to play on the roster, which is, you can check on their social medias to see how that one is fanned out. But they're now bringing in, Tien came in for a game, but he has very publicly come out and said he doesn't feel fit right now. He doesn't feel like he's very much suited to being on the stage. And now they're going on with Beichuan, and it's just... He's not bad, actually, and this is the thing we wanted to kind of highlight, is that the issue doesn't seem to be with the jungle player, it just seems to be with the jungle style. You need to be able to link up with Doinby if you're on this FPX roster, because otherwise it doesn't seem to really gel that well.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing missing here. You do see Crisp and Nugri doing very early setups by themselves, trying to get the flank or to get the pick. But what ends up happening, especially on Crisp's end, is he just got picked off again and again in these team fights. It was a bit sad to watch. He's definitely having a bit of an off series so far. So that wasn't able to work out, and we do have to mention what Bo provided them in the past. He was great on the Olaf, a Gore Drinker user, and he sort of became that pseudo frontline and pseudo bruiser carry and allowed them to push through a lot of these team fights. Without his presence, I do think FPX are going to have to figure out how they want to link up with each other, and more importantly, how to treat these Drakes. Because if you look at the objective control rate there, after Lunar New Year, they're getting only 28% of the Drakes and 28% of the Barons. That's definitely their weaker side.
Yeah, now let's have a look at JDG, who have definitely picked up wins, but looked a bit shaky, and they will have a dream of spring right now. They have played FPX in the playoffs, the spring playoffs, basically 2019 and 2020. They won both of those series. It's hard to see them kind of taking that right now because they're just not performing.
Yeah, I agree with you. JD Gaming are not looking at their sharpest so far, even having a bit of a messy game against TT. A lot of surprises coming out from that series. But I did want to touch on the matchup between FPX and JD Gaming. I feel like Doinby is going to have nightmares about this one. Every time they have met in spring, it has been JD Gaming actually coming out on top in rather dominant fashion to add. So honestly, JD Gaming has had FPX numbered, and it has been because of those team fights. JD Gaming, we know, is much more of a brawling team. They love the 5v5s. They're always together around the map. So it's very difficult for FPX to ever find anyone left alone and try to find the pick.
Yeah, well, we're actually going to look towards the top side because that's where I feel is the most pivotal head-to-head. Nuguri versus Zoom. These two guys definitely not having a fantastic time of things right now, and you can see just about roughly pretty much the same kind of thing. The only real big difference is, of course, the DT percentage.
Yeah, the rankings here are a little bit off, as you can tell. So we're going to disregard that from now. But Zoom is much more of your classical frontliner. He's actually #1 in damage taken for a top laner. He's always going in front onto that Aatrox. And Nuguri is a bit more of that split pusher, where you have a better damage share, you have a better CS score at 8.8, actually best in the league for a top laner. So they do serve a bit of different purposes. And I do want to touch on the blind picks coming out for both, because I think it's very important in the draft. For Zoom's side, he will blind pick Aatrox. If he doesn't get the Aatrox, then he goes for the Gnar. On the other hand, for Nuguri, he's almost always blind pick Gragas if he so gets it. And if not, then he goes for the Gnar instead as well. So you have a bit of a different flavor right there. Zoom, much looking to frontline, while Nuguri is much looking for picks.
Yeah, and we'll see what they're able to kind of pull together right now. Again, JDG, yes, they're 6-3. I do not want to take that away from them, but you look at how they're winning. That's the big difference. If you're just looking at results-based analysis, you'd be like, oh, sure, they're doing fine. Like, no problem whatsoever. But how they're taking these wins, and it's not convincing. And I think that's the only way I can put it without getting into derogatory territory. But they are not really looking like the JDG of back-to-back finals in 2020. They are not looking like the JDG that went to the World's quarterfinals in 2020. They are a team that are struggling for identity despite literally not changing a thing. So we'll see what they're able to kind of go with its roster. We have FPX on the blue, JDG on the red. We'll quickly go through the bans. Udyr, Gragas, Azir, the Samira, the Kai'Sa, and the Nidalee all banned away. The Lilia first pick there by FPX. Renekton and Zoe are their answers for JDG.
Hyper early game focus coming out from JD Gaming. These are not picks that scale well into the late game, and they're also showcasing that this Renekton is 100% just going into the top side. I don't really like this draft from JD Gaming. I don't think Zoe is a power pick right now in the meta because she doesn't build tier, and showcasing your Renekton this early is just asking for trouble. It's a bit of a confusing red side draft. I don't think I've seen anyone draft this way by showing their solo lanes on the first rotation.
Yeah, and this opens up a lot of different options for FPX. You can give that Tristana to LWX. It could go to Doinby. There's a lot of different options here available to you. And this is a hard one, if you will, to kind of like figure out from the side of JDG. Because yes, you've locked in the Xayah, but now your supports can get locked in. I feel like this is... again, like you said, weird to lock in your solo laners so early when the jungle, and it might as well be the bot lane for FPX, have been locked in. They can pick and choose what they want here.
11.3 should still be rather jungle focused, so I'm surprised to see so many, the jungle's not even looked at by JD Gaming. Olaf, of course, still on the board, probably the strongest one in this composition. And I'm not exactly sure what JD Gaming are drafting for right now, because their two solo lanes are very aggressive, very early game focused. They need to snowball, but their bottom lane in Xayah is typically defensive. Against the Rel, you can't really do much pre-level 6. Rel just has way too much pressure over you with the crashdown, and FPX are very smartly banning away Rel counters. They're probably going to take away the Thresh as well. They've already taken away both the Gragas and the Alistar that can stop the crashdown, so the Thresh is probably next on board.
Yep, looking to take away those safe ones. You could obviously combo the Rakan. Lumao has played that quite a bit in, you know, the past. Obviously, it hasn't been as prominently picked in recent days. Hasn't really fit with the meta, but still very, very strong when you combo it in with that Xayah. We'll see what FPX want to prioritize, and they actually go for the Olaf. So not giving Kanavi the option to go with something aggressive, not giving him something that can go toe-to-toe with the Lilia, and seeing if Beishuan can get a little bit of advantage now with this Lilia pick.
Yeah, I think Lilia, just in terms of the tier rating, is definitely on top here. Still not sure where JD Gaming is going. Not a lot of support options to go for. They have revealed all of their cards, so they don't have flexibility there either. They know this set is definitely going to go into the bot lane. And this is an interesting one. I wonder how it will work. We haven't seen this matchup at all in the LPL so far. But if I'm looking at it, then I think the gank pressure should still be in favor of FPX. They have Lilia coming in, and Crashdown or Mount Up is just so scary against Xayah. They have that Tristana that can jump away, so they can stay safer or play more aggressively if they so choose to pre-6.
Yeah, they have like we said, the draft was just a bit weird. They have the pick of the litter here for pretty much anything and everything that they could ever want. Hell, Teemo as well. Why the hell not? Do like the Kled, though. We are seeing Doomby go towards more of those bruisers in the mid lane. It's kind of leaning towards more team fighting and kind of seeing if he can shore up those differences. As FPX, they recognize the meta isn't about solo carries anymore. They recognize that it is about the team fights, and that's exactly where they want to be putting this emphasis.
And I do want to mention that Doinby's Kled this season has actually been much more tank focused. We have seen a lot of second item stared gauges coming out, not going for bruisers, as bruisers usually take it third. So this is essentially a tank in the mid lane. That's how Doinby kind of plays it. It's mainly just for initiation and lane priority. Doesn't deal a lot of damage by himself, but it's extremely difficult to kill. So it will back up that front line. In the meantime, we do have this blue Kayn coming out for Kanavi. An interesting pick here, and I'm not sure I like it that much, because when I'm looking at the Renekton and the Zoe, this is a feast or famine draft. If they get ahead early and blue Kayn somehow gets to transform like pre-13 minutes, then it can be really good. But if Renekton and Zoe don't find anything, and they're not getting a lot of help from pre-transformation Kayn, then this comp can just kind of die. Like, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it basically, as you say, it's feast or famine. You either go super far ahead that you're gluttonous, or you get, you know, completely isolated away that you just can't do anything at all. But curious little thing there. Last time LWX did play the Tristana, it was in 2018. It was a loss, so definitely something that he hasn't had a massive amount of recent proficiency on. So I'm curious to see how he'll do on the pick. And again, looking towards this game, looking towards these drafts, who are you favorite? I feel like, as you said, with the Feast of Famine, I feel like I can answer my question for you in saying that you're probably feeling FPX have the advantage here.
I think FPX has the far superior composition. They have a more impactful jungle earlier on. They have this Gnar that's a counter pick. Zoe can't do anything against the Kled in mid lane. He just has too much HP. You're going to have to land like 3 rotations to even take him off, to even dismount him. So I think it's very difficult for JD Gaming to find the edge that they're looking for with these picks.
Well, we are on to the Rift for our second series of the day. FPX versus JDG. Would be a very hype matchup in the previous years, but this year, with so much turbulence, so much uncertainty with both rosters, it's very difficult for us to really feel like this one can be a bar burner. They're not exactly the powerhouses they were in 2020, but for FPX, this could be a very big win if they're able to take it. And for JDG, both sides sitting on 3 losses. For FPX, they have 7 wins, and for JDG, they have 6 wins. So this could be huge for them.
Looks like we are getting some cheers out of the Beijing arena, as JD Gaming's full name actually has the city in here now. That's some of the interesting things that we have been seeing about franchising. Also in the PCS, we have like teams with just the municipal names attached on side. So kind of interesting to see that direction happening in the league world. We are going to be taking a look at the runes. Pretty standard across the board here. Nothing too surprising. We will take note of LWX. He actually is going for a kill lane runes in the Hell of the Blades. Some people have been taking Press the Attack, which is a better team fighting room overall, but Hell of Blades gives you a little bit more pressure when your jungle comes.
Has a lot more, as you say, pressure, can definitely capitalize. And Tristana, despite being seen as a 3-item hyper carry, her level 2 is insane. She has so much burst damage to be able to put down, so you do have to be very, very careful on that particular front. Shouldn't be too much of a big deal for the side of JDG, though. They've got a little bit of a push here going for them. Luamao and Chris fighting over the vision in that single bush in the middle. And it looks like JDG, they're the ones that have the priority right now. They're the ones that are going to be able to get level 2 first and be able to push back this bot lane of FPX.
Yeah, they are going to have a pretty strong trade coming in here, as Loka does find a bit of damage. And talking about...
for a little bit of trade.
Yeah, talking about Tristana, I'm always so surprised that she actually has a 60% slow. That's the thing that makes her really overpowered in the early game, especially in jungle ganks. It's probably the best level 1 slow that any champion has.
Yeah, it feels a little bit oppressive. Now, there is obviously a trade-off to that where you are putting yourself literally on top of people. So, you're not exactly a ranged carry at that moment in time. But I do agree with you. It can feel very, very oppressive. And it's why we do see, generally speaking, the Tristana will go level 2. You also see a combo with something that is generally quite good in the early stages. You never really see it with a Thresh. You'll generally see it with like a Rel or an Alistar, something that has the same kind of follow-up potential. For FPX, obviously brought in Beishuan, who... has had a difficult time, I feel. Definitely not a bad time. Has not looked terrible, but definitely feeling like he's a lot of pressure on him for the hole that Bo has left, and for Tien as well. Like Tien was always, in my eyes anyway, considered one of the best players that we had, and for him to not be able to play, to see that he's not fit to play, it just there's a lot of expectations there when you're coming into a lineup like this.
Yeah, it definitely makes us feel quite sad that we're not going to see our finals MVP play for a while. Gonna see Kanavi meet up with Beichuan. Kanavi does find the smite there, I believe. So, decent defense. And finals MVP just seems to be a curse in the LPL. Condi got his finals MVP and then just fell into the gambling incident the next year. Ning is no longer playing. Tien is no longer playing. So, we produce a lot of great junglers, but there seems to be a bit of a curse that our best of the best just seem to fall off relatively quickly.
I think as well, like, it comes down to burnout. We talk about this so many times, but the LPL season, you combo it in with things like the Demacia Championship, the World Championship, MSI. There is almost no break for anybody. And when you're not playing League of Legends on a stage, you're playing League of Legends at home. And when you want to try and relax after a full day of scrims, what do? You try and, get on your Smurf and play League of Legends. It engulfs your entire life. It feels like it's just, the burnout is so real. And but now with Kanavi sneaking himself behind that one, this could be Nuguri in a lot of bad moves. You'll have Meganar very, very shortly. But Zoom's already taken him down to about below a third. Jumps back up to about half, and Nuguri just trying to walk away from this. We'll find it very, very difficult as Kanavi is chasing him down. And should be able to get him to force his flash. Yeah, and Nuguri keeps himself safe, but Kanavi is still around and might still look to try and dive him if he does stay a little bit too long.
It's pretty good use of Kanavi's Shadow Step. He goes around the vision. Doesn't look like Nuguri was able to spot him out there. And that's what you have to do early on as Kayn. We have seen a couple of Kayns in the LPL so far, but none of them have actually had an impactful early game. I think people just know how to dance around him, and his solo potential, while untransformed, is rather weak. So we will see how that one plays out. And just to mention this game, I do think it's possible we even see a bit of a red Kayn come out. We have seen Gold Drinker Red Kayn and Blue Drinker, not Blue Drinker, and the Assassin Blue Kayn coming out with a Prowler's Claw. Typically, it has been the Blue Cane version that's been a bit more popular across the different leagues. But this time around, I don't think he's going to find that many great targets. And this team does lack a little bit in the front line. So I wonder which one he will go for during the transformation.
Yeah, we'll see why he wants to kind of push it, but now FPX Nuguri, without his flash, is being bullied up into this top side. However, he did have the push already set up, and that does mean that you know everybody's in top side. Free Drake for the side of FPX. They absorb the pressure, and they do punish JDG very, very nicely. But again, this is kind of to be expected. We mentioned this in the start before this series to kick off. FPX have looked good pre-15 minutes. It's after 15 minutes that we kind of have questions about, and that's where we want to see them kind of shore up their differences.
The first Drake fight is going to tell us all the answers that we want to know, and it's coming up really soon. Doinby already has the charge in line, and this bottom lane has been pushing, has been having priority the entire way through. So I do expect on the next Drake, FPX will try to set up a situation where they can run at the opponents, go all in. They have a very strong composition with that. The charge gives the entire team 60% movement speed. And with that going in, I think it's super easy for Crisp to follow up. So JD Gaming have to be very careful. I don't think this is a team where you can actually try to flank FPX. If you try to flank FPX, they can very easily decide on one side.
Well, third time's the charm here as Kanavi finds him up topside, has got the ultimate, but a great hop away. Nuguri's doing so well at just keeping everyone away from him. Just going, no, not today, no, not today, no, not today. Just very, very nicely done. And it's frustrating for JDG because they're not getting the purchase that they want.
That's the thing about Kane in the early game. It's he's pre-transformation, he's just kind of trash. Like, he doesn't have any hard crowd control. He can barely land the slow. He has to use terrain to his advantage to get behind you. And he does often waste a lot of time trying to get those transformation orbs. He just has... he's just a champion that has too much on his plate in the early game to try and do. Trying to keep his lanes up, trying to farm out, and trying to find his transformation all at the same time. And now JD Gaming are trying for a very opportunistic Herald.
Yeah, you see FPX are wise to their tricks, but they have 4 people here. This could be a 4v4. Tristana will not be able to join this one, so it might be a 5v4 in favor of JDG, but they are getting a lot of free time here for LWX's Tristana. They eventually, FPX will just back themselves away, but they forced everyone to congregate. They forced everyone to move up and to deal with that potential team fight threat. Nuguri jumps in, gets the Mega Gnar, might be able to take down Zoom, who has to pop the Dominus. He will not pop his flash, and he gets himself out alive. And despite all the pressure, all the ganks that have been thrown up towards this top side, it's FPX and Nuguri who seem to have the advantage.
Yeah, I don't really like that Herald play coming in from JD Gaming. We see a lot of LPL teams do this, but typically, if you can split 4-1, harass them on the Herald, slow their tempo down while your AD carry is solo split pushing, you actually get more gold. Look at Tristana right now. She actually took 4 plates during that Herald trade, and with the tempo advantage, with FPX backing out earlier, they actually now pincer her in the 3v1. I think that is far better than actually getting the Herald and having to look for a lane to use it, because JD Gaming don't even have priority.
That... honestly, like it's simple maths. You're only guaranteed 2 plates with the Herald, so you're not guaranteed a full tower. By not sending LWX, not only does he get a crap ton of farms, he puts himself about 10 CS ahead of the Xayah. He gets all of the plates solo and the first tower of the game, and you've done that's just simple maths. You lose, sir. You do not, go back to class. You need to get your test redone because that was just a bad decision. JDG, and this is why we are so critical of this team. This is why we're not being super high up and being positive about them in certain ways, because they make decisions like this that just put them into such negative positions, and it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that was JD Gaming with a bit of projection. JD Gaming will take any fight they see, and they expect other teams to do the same. So they go up to Herald, they say, hey, we're losing our lanes, let's hope that these guys come in. FPX do the smart thing, they don't, and now they still have lane priority in both side lanes. It's so easy for Rel to leave the bottom lane for Chris to just roam up and to keep tabs on Kanavi. Kanavi has been coming up here. This is the 4th time he's been here. You could count it as a 5th time if you take the retreat as a different time. So it's just not really working out for JD Gaming. I think this is one of their worst drafts ever. I really don't like this draft. I don't know what the hell they were trying to do with this one. And the way they're playing it is just kind of throwing a Hail Mary against FPX. FPX are way too smart.
Oh. Bubble does land. Flash was burnt by Beishuan, but no one really, again, there to be able to commit. They do drop down the Kled ultimate, and they get to set out of it as well. Now the fight can really start to come in. Jump in from LWX. He tries to get himself first blood, traded back. As Kane gets that, set goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. I think if JDG, you're happy enough with that, but it was FPX who kind of got caught.
Yeah, that was a good usage of abilities right there, forcing Beishuan to actually flash out early. And I believe he had to use a Lilting Alibi in a bit of a disadvantage in that fight. So they come in, Kanavi comes in first, he takes a lot of the aggro, and then is able to walk out with the Umbral Trespass. So pretty well done on that front, but Zoom is going to have to pay the price of LWX taking this tower down too early.
Yep. And LWX picking up even more gold. He's now got a kill. He's the Kraken Slayer. He's going to be able to put in more damage onto this top side, get some more plates as the rest of JDG around his bot side. They will trade a dragon, so this is more of an equal trade here. JDG able to get themselves that to stop the stack here, but you can see LWX just sharing this gold. He's going to be a monster. We talk about Tristana being a late game carry. He's going to be a late game carry in the mid game. He has so much gold.
Yeah, this is pretty damn crazy. I wonder if he's going to go into some of the more snowbally items. If you can get a Storm Razors up second, it actually is very advantageous on the map. You can slow people down. It's a lot of damage compared to something like, oh, but we have Nuguri going in.
Nuguri does find Yagao, who's forced to flash over into the Dragon Pit. Yes, they get themselves the turret in bot side, so they do trade that one there. It's still about a 2,000 gold for FPX, and again, like I said, all that gold being fed lovingly into LWX's pockets. But it's not over just yet. You do actually have quite a lot of engage opportunities, pick opportunities, I should say, from JDG. You have ways of catching FPX out. And like we said, the opening 15 minutes for FPX have been fantastic regardless. Nuguri has always looked great in the laning phase. No one's ever questioned that. It's beyond that point. It's when we get to the team fights is when we start to question FPX. And that's when JDG really need to start and find some kind of advantage. Like if they can get on top of LWX, that entire gold advantage is gone.
True. I want to see how JD Gaming actually come into these team fights, though. Their engage is a bit lackluster. Like, they have a Juggernaut. They have two Juggernauts, actually. And their only really good way of engaging is actually with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And you don't always land those. There's a bit of chance involved in that one. So the way JD Gaming actually has to play this one is step onto the objective first. But they're losing so much side lane priority that's actually fairly difficult to do. So what I expect out of this matchup is for FPX continuing to have this Gnar in the side lane, make sure they can have this pushed out. Tristana is going to win out on the shove war in the mid lane as well. And if they force JD Gaming to engage, I don't think JD Gaming actually has the tools. They're going to have a very difficult time coming into them.
I think that's the difference as well between the two compositions. You talked about how you just really didn't like JDG's ones. It was very much throwing at the wall to see what you could find out, and we found out that the Kane into the Gnar and the Renekton, it doesn't really give you anything as such, so they weren't able to gain any kind of advantages. You can see there 10 plates in total taken, LWX getting the majority of that gold as well, and Rift Herald being started up here by FPX, and this is fine for them, honestly. They're not really trading anything. Nuguri recognizes that he's probably going to get ganked now in a second as Kanavi finds himself here. Mega will be there, so Kanavi needs to be a little bit careful. Gets stunned up by the Mega, and Kanavi has to go inside of the Gnar to try and get himself away, and he flashes away. Nuguri is not done. Nuguri is still pushing forward. Nuguri 1v2 coming out on top. Yagao forced to cleanse, and now they can jump straight on top of him. Set, though, is the savior for Yagao. Doomby here, but Set picks up a kill, saves the rest of his team. Doomby will be able to take down the Set in the end, but a nice little turnaround over what was honestly an overforce from JDG.
Yeah, that was a bit tragic to walk, as we are going to see Beichuan find the tower and go in.
Yep, they get the cleanse there off Loken, but Zoom gets knocked back here by the explosive shot. And LWX still putting down damage. The Kraken Slayer so good at just ripping through these health bars. And now mid lane's taken down. All tier 1s taken down by FPX. They can now push that vision line. We've pushed down the entries of which they can get Nuguri onto this backside. And JDG, they're going to find less and less space to try and find any of these picks.
Yeah, it's so difficult for this comp to get anything done here. The Herald drops down into mid lane. That's what we're seeing in the mini screen. And I only have 3 words for JD Gaming. Nice draft, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is terrible. Like, getting forced into the Kayn in this situation just feels so bad. They are going for the blue Kayn as well, so my predictions with the red Kayn was incorrect, but I'm not sure what target they're actually hoping to look for here. I don't think Lilia's actually a good target.
The thing they have to go for, it's kill LWX. You kill LWX, a lot of your consistent DPS is down, and FPX won't have as much of a team fight as such, but I just feel like right now, getting on top of him when he has Flash, Cleanse, his Rocket Jump, he has so many people to jump into his way as well to try and block any of these skill shots or any of these kind of, people diving on top of him. That's a very, very big, if as such as we see now. Nuguri gonna push in the top side and TP in around the dragon. There's the ult as Doomby finds himself on top of Kanavi. Crisp is there on the backside as well, and you can see that JDG's health bars are melting away. Yagao being jumped on as well. He will fall. It's a double kill. Hop, skip, and a jump. It's a triple kill. He's gonna keep going. It's not a quadra kill, as it is going to be Beishwan taking that kill away from LWX, but 4 kills. Kanavi just about gets himself away, but a dragon now in favor of FPX. Gold is at about 4,500 now, and LWX is just going to be impossible to kill.
I want to say this, but I sort of saw it coming. This is just not a winnable draft.
It's almost like draft is important or something.
This is actually really painful to see from JD Gaming. There's a couple problems with this draft, as we mentioned. Their power spikes are very different. The Zoe and Renekton actually want to snowball early game, while Kayn is a very, very weak early game jungler. He doesn't have his full kit pre-6. So they want to get into objective. I think this is the right way to play team fights if you are JD Gaming, but look at the flanking positions. They find Kanavi first. He never touches LWX. His ultimate doesn't find a target. When you're going up against a Kled, you never want to ult the Kled. The Kled's a bruiser. He's basically a tank on this composition. So he didn't find any good targets. He wasn't able to reduce the DPS coming out from FPX, and the 2 bruisers, they can't reach the backline. There's no backline access on this composition, so they just kind of waddle around and die.
Yeah, and your Renekton isn't really going to be drafting, or your Kayn isn't really going to be drafting towards tanky stats. So LWX with the Phantom Dancer, Kraken Slayer, moving, even has a stopwatch now, so even more. And look, he didn't even have to use a single summoner in that last engage. So how do you get on top of him? How do you kill him? Spoiler alert, you don't. It's just becoming so difficult. It would take a massive error from FPX, and JDG really not looking good in this particular first game. I really would like to see them shore up the draft in the next one, because this just hasn't worked out. And honestly, like you said, this was kind of lost from draft, where they just gave away their solo lanes too early. They didn't really have any answers towards the bot side, and the Kayn jungle just doesn't work.
Last pick, Kayn jungle. Here comes the counter, baby. You want to know what it is? It's Kayn.
LS is screaming somewhere, I can imagine.
Yeah, I don't really see the win cons for JD Gaming, honestly. They're very far behind, and they don't have the scaling or teamfight in their favor. Maybe they can scrap something out. Like, the only thing I can think of is maybe Yagao with a miracle play. This is his main champion.
Yep, they get on top of LWX, and that's the damage. He goes golden, Ignite still ticking. He should still fall. There's Kayn. Now, that's the fight you need if you're on the side of JDG. The carry is dead. Can they continue on this, or are they just too far behind? Lilting Lullaby comes down onto Taku, carries, but they are not able to finish those ones off. Kanavi backs himself away. They get 1 for none, and they back off, but importantly, they got the shutdown onto the Tristana. There is the trouble bubble. As the Rel goes in onto the top side, they actually get the set, and the Zayed's double kill for Beishwan, and they get 3 kills out of nothing, and FPX turn back onto the Baron.
Yeah, JD Gaming could have won that. They were a little bit too greedy trying to follow up the Sleepy Trouble bubble that landed onto Kled. He was in he was dismounted, so they wanted to kill him right off of that, but good body blocking coming out from FPX. They don't get the damage, and they're able to clean up the fight with Rel's crash down, stopping the engage there. So it was a good job for the most part on JD Gaming's end, and I don't know what LWX was doing in that mid lane, but JD Gaming kind of throw it right back in the end of the fight.
Yeah, you gotta keep it interesting, gotta keep it spicy, you know? We see as LWX.
Okay,
he just straight up gets caught.
LWX
it's just straight up, he jumps up.
Oh my god.
Just caught. Yeah, just forgot that Set had an ultimate that can supersede his rocket jump.
Oh god. All right, yeah. LWX is trying, man. LWX is trying to give us a game. Let's go. You know, he's doing a good job. I have to commend him on that one. This is where disaster really struck. JD Gaming, so far so good. You force them out, and then they try to go for the Kled.
Yeah, and Chris beautifully set up to just try and CC everyone, stop any kind of forward momentum. And we do have a pause as we come back off of the replay. Nothing happened while we were in the replay. We wanted to pause until we came back just in case, and we'll take stock and take a breather, as it is there is still hope and life for JDG. They did pick up a big shutdown, of course. They were able to get that kill, I believe, onto Kane, so he's able to get up to, you know, a more assassin-y style, if you will. But it's a tough battle to try and come in. If LWX keeps throwing it away like that, they have a chance.
They do have a very good chance. I just want to remind everyone that LWX used his cleanse, his flash, and his stopwatch after he jumped in himself onto Luma. So it's a bit painful to say this, but LWX is basically the hope for JD Gaming. He's the imposter. He's the one that you have to go through if you want to win this one. And honestly, he's the only win condition. There isn't much else for JD Gaming coming into this one.
I wonder, so I'm thinking, have you watched or played many Among Us games? You mentioned the imposter. Have you played many of it?
No, but I have had enough sessions on Discord where I actually hear hysterics talking about it.
See, the thing is that I love Among Us because it's a very fun kind of just like, you know, interesting. But there is mods to it now where you have a thing called the Jester, where you're technically a crewmate, but you're trying to get yourself killed. I feel like LWX was the Jester right there. Like, I feel like he was just like, no, guys, I got to get myself killed. That's how I win the game. And then it's just a little bit unfortunate there for him. And JDG, you'll take that. You'll take that. You know, I honestly feel like had they taken that, the fight backs up, they reset, not that bad. But then they try and overforce the issue. They try and say, look, LWX is dead. We can go for a little bit more here. It doesn't quite work out. And you can see just how hard it is to take down things like the Gnar and the Kled when they're just this far ahead, when they have this many items, that even if you do get a little bit of damage down, you're just not able to completely take them out.
Yeah, Kled remounts very easy in these team fights. Takedown does give him that extra courage to remount, and this is a tank Kled, so even when he's dismounted, he's actually still very hard to kill. He has pretty good resistances, and we have seen things like the Gargoyle Stone Plate being built, so when you dismount, you actually pop a massive shield, and you have those extra resistances to boost you up. The way Doinby has been playing this, it's mainly just been an initiator as well. So I think they need to prioritize their targets. Honestly, against this team, LWX is the only one you can ever hope to kill. The Lilia probably has Zhonya's already, so I don't think she's going to be that good of a target, and you are banking on... this is what I hate about the draft. We have to go back to it, but I'll make it quick. But you're basically banking on Blue Kayn and Zoe. The only one... You drafted 2 picks to kill 1 person on the enemy team, and that's it. And I'm like, it's just not worth it, man.
Yeah, just to give everyone a bit of an update, Doinby had reported an in-game issue. We are currently investigating said issue to see if it was a game-breaking bug or maybe just a visual cue. Of course, we will keep you guys updated as much as we possibly can. Once we get any information, we will let you guys know. Of course, no one wants to keep the delay in game, especially not in the middle of a game. So as soon as we are able to get back into game, we will get back into it. So again, biggest apologies, but of course, we want to make sure the players are 100% ready to take on this game, especially when it could be something like, the Samira bug that led into the Azir bug that we saw in EU a week or 2 ago.
Dude, the reasons there are so weird. Like, Viego somehow changed these champions. Like, he definitely went pretty deep into the coding for everyone, and now we're having a lot of issues come out. 11.4 is actually already being tested in what used to be the OPL. So hopefully we will get that patch soon enough, but I hope we're not going to have too many Viego issues happen with the game.
Yeah, the 11.4 is in LCS and LEC as well. They are just having it with Viego disabled. We had a lot of these issues again when Death Realm was introduced for Mordekaiser, where it's just like, we've added a new layer to the game, so things don't quite interact the same way as we never thought they would ever have to interact with. So curious to see how that one goes. And you can see the difference between LWX and Loken right now. A Phantom Dancer and a Kraken before he even had his boots set up on top of his Kraken Slayer. So LWX is still very much a scary man, and he has the Baron buff, and you can see how he just melts through these turrets, so they have to still respect him. But if he's willing to throw away all these different fights, as I say that, Kanavi might be in a little bit of trouble. Crisp jumps in straight away, and Kanavi is not a tanky boy, and he will be taken down before the fight has even begun. The turret being focused now, everyone jumping on top of Yagao. Yagao is the next one to fall. It's all FPX all the time. JDG will fall 4-0. Baron buff up. They've got a minion wave. This is the game.
When I was checking my speedrun timer today, I checked it for EDG versus Rogue Warrior. I didn't imagine that it would actually be FPX versus JD Gaming. That might break our record. And to give everyone knowledge, it is 22 minutes and 22 seconds. So it's not going to happen just yet, but I'm still surprised by how dominant this game has been from FPX.
Not this game, but maybe the next. FPX in less than 25 minutes dispatch JDG. They do take down LWX. The Nexus is still yet to fall, but it's all just about padding KDAs. FPX reported a bug. We had to pause, and within about a minute of them doing that, the game was over.
You know what the bug was?
I'm not quite sure.
JD Gaming's draft. That was the bug. They were like,
my God, Clem.
Wait a minute. Was their coach allowed on
They're
stage?
already dead.
But that was the weirdest draft I've seen this entire split. That was so bad from JD Gaming. I can't imagine what their thought process was from that one. You never see Red Side double solo laners. No opportunity for flex. Two picks that have to get ahead early game, or they have no late game, and then they draft a last pick Kane to go with it. It's like, there's literally no win situation for this draft. Like, the only way you win with this draft is if you are just that much better than your opponents. This is a snowball draft, a draft where you are 100% confident in your own abilities, and I think they went way too far. FPX are not a team to be trifled with.
Yeah, honestly, and you said it like, this is a draft you pick when you're trying to style on your opponents. A G2-esque draft, if you will, where you're trying to go, look, whatever, we know we're amazing. I don't even think JDG have that liberty to say that right now. We saw them go to 3 games against TT earlier on last week. Like, this isn't a team that is exceptionally, pushing themselves forward and smashing all these other teams and just got a little bit overzealous. This was just straight up a bad decision, and FPX rightfully punished them so damn hard. That was less than 25 minutes for them to take down a team that was in back-to-back finals, a winner of Spring in 2020, a quarterfinalist in the World Championship. FPX didn't even get to go to the World Championship last year, and they just dispatched it. And again, the biggest question mark for me is they've changed nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening in JD Gaming land. It's pretty interesting that even after Lunar New Year break, we haven't seen Mystic show up on the roster at all. So maybe we have some prizes in store for us, but honestly, this was a bit of a throwaway game from JD Gaming. I think they realized how bad their draft was pretty early on, just judging by their player cams and kind of the nervous laughters that they were giving us. So a bit of a throwaway. I hope they reset their mentality and give us something much better in this game. In terms of the gameplay, the only thing I would say was that Herald play was very questionable from JD Gaming. You never do that when you're facing a Tristana and you're losing priority on both side lanes. I think there is a time and place to actually force the Herald play. Like, if you are skirmishing composition, if you want early 5v5s, that makes sense. But I don't think you do it when you're losing out on both side lanes in priority and when you're up against a Tristana. That's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, LWX finally gets a positive win rate on Tristana. Historically, he was 5-5. Today, he goes 6-5, so he'll be very, very happy with that one, despite his best efforts to throw away the game a little bit towards that mid game. And For FPX, honestly, this is exactly what we thought we would see. They just, they got a strong early game, which we expect. They were able to snowball from there, and it just felt like JDG were just floundering, a fish on land, not knowing where to go, what to do, kind of going like, if I get one good flop that smacks you right in the eye, I might be able to get back into the ocean, but it's never going to happen. It's such an unlikely scenario.
JD Gaming, the Magikarp of drafting. That's what you're telling me right now.
That's the thing. They're a Magikarp, and then sometimes they could be a Gyarados, but definitely today they're a bit of a Magikarp. And I'm not quite sure where to take this. I think JDG just have to change their entire draft and really try and fix this up, because that just didn't work. And nothing about it works.
I will say there is a potential weakness being signaled here by FPX. We saw a lot of the jungles just taken away from JD Gaming. So it seems like they want to make sure Beitron doesn't meet fierce opposition in that jungle position, and that might be something that Kanavi can exploit if this time they give him an earlier pick.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. JDG have a lot to think about, but we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, picks and bans for Game 2 will be just right around the corner.
Yeah. I don't really do this too often. yeah. Now we good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it?
И по Балкейну врывается хороший рут от Вальгаллы, и это может решить драку, потому что Балкейн погибает, еле-еле успев дать свой ульт. Миркл танкует из последних сил. Гимлек успеет ли дать свои косты? Да, успевает, но не погибает. В итоге ударная волна Максима решает вопросы. Пента!
See me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I'm mind like my business.
Dürtme şansı da yok. Beşiktaş her yeri de görüyor Johnny. Baksana, mavi güçlendirmenin orada totem var. Burada bir kule daha yıkıldı. Orta koridor ikinci kulesini almayı başardı. Yine Wombo combo, bu sefer başarılı Wombo combo. Galacticos aradığı savaşı mı buldu yoksa?
Listen, man, I'm in these streets. No opportunity, knock at the door, I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish, I don't shit, I play for keeps. And that's all game time, know that win all mine, I'ma keep it, baby.
Saw his support, they moved into the top side and he felt like he had control. But instead he ends up getting picked off. Vitality can now use this to force the Baron. But that is a huge sleep coming in for Tinks.
Three-man sleep, here comes Streets with the quickness on the side, but Shigenda dives onto the backline. Jetsu with the Kraken's lair, trying to do what he can, trying to kill some champs. We're Kraken lacking on the rift, but he's gonna slay the enemy.
Extremely good fight for SK, which they can now quickly convert into their Baron.
When I take your spot, send me how you gon' feel. Yeah.
And there is not an easy way out for the Team Liquid duo lane. The scoop comes across. Kenner's buy some time. It is a 2-for-1 so far, though. Double kill for Power of Evil. Hooney's here in the Gnar backline as well, and he wants another. It's already 3 kills picked up. It's a quadra kill for Power of Evil.
Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah. Hey, how you gon' feel when I take it?
Tiro, Lucy, acaba com a brincadeira. Aqui não, neném. E a equipe da Loud vai tentar buscar. O Melchior passou pela parede porque foi puxado por ali. Mas olha só!
I be on my level. I be on my level. I be on my level. Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition while they telling us to slow down. Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy, we set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Hey, we be about to go off. These boys ain't got no sauce. On the winning streak, I promise we ain't taking no loss. We ain't got nothing in common, you and I. Money keep falling like stars out the sky. Take it easy, hey, they don't believe me. We on another wave, like we ain't hearing what he say. Yeah, they talking trash, you can put it in the garbage. When they know you rap the hardest, you gon' always be a target. Yeah, I put that on my mama. We ain't down for the drama. Keep on adding the commas, the numbers is getting longer. Yeah, I told you, homie, we ain't nothing to meddle with. We just broke the knob, going to another level, yeah. Okay, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, Can't touch me now, I be on my level. 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 Hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level.
Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talk about.
对战京东的话，绿毛是一个比较全面的辅助吧，不管是在对线方面，还是跟团队配合沟通这方面都做得很好。接下来的比赛的话，就目前的话，就是有蛮多地方需要改进的，所以最关键的先把就对线的话就尽量移下来，然后中期的话打得更好一点。
We're back. A lot of support, a lot of praise being given over there to Luimao. I think it's very well deserved. He is probably one of the best supports we've ever had in the LPL. But right now, JDG are not looking so hot. It's the burning Phoenix that is burning through them. And we got to talk about the man in the mid lane, Doinby, as our MVP. The man on this Kled, these new bruiser picks, or I say new, the dark technologies he's always had in his back pocket coming back to prominence here for FPX.
Really good flanks coming out this game. I like the idea of Kled versus someone like Zoe. You're never really going to die to the Zoe, so you're not going to allow her to snowball. It's a very great pick for engages as well, and the way he builds it is very tank oriented. So this is a great pickup for FPX. It's a champion that will never get banned out, and just looking at him in these team fights, he was always in the front line, starting the fight, taking a bunch of damage, and surviving to tell the tale.
Yeah, I think as well, like, yes, we saw LWX as kind of the main point of damage, but the damage you get early on with these bruisers like the Gnar and the Kled just show you just how difficult it is to just take down this kind of comp once it gets ahead. You can see there, it goes into Sleepy Trouble Bubble, it does not matter. Crisp is able to follow up and try and stop them there, and you can see Crisp, if it wasn't Doinby getting the MVP, honestly, it deserved to go to Crisp. His engages just to catch people out consistently was just insane.
Yeah, it was very close between those two. I do want to point out something I missed in-game in the last replay. It's Doinby actually got his pocket pistol out when Zoe was coming in with the paddle star. So he actually gets the remount off of that and instantly chases back in onto the other side of the team fight. Very well done. Cool mechanical outplays coming in. And this game, I first of all hope we are going to get a better draft. JD Gaming are going on to the blue side. And I
can only hope.
I definitely hope. That was garbage draft. But this time around, I do want to see them go for a strong Olaf or Udyr pick early on. I feel like Beitswan, with so little experience in the LPL, might be the weak spot for FPX. So I want to see Kanavi have that sort of a game where he goes back to his prior form on the Lee Sin or something and just counter jungles this rookie.
Yeah, I feel like for JDG right now, especially for someone like Kanavi, he's waiting for 11.4 where those jungle nerfs come in. He doesn't have to just be farming all the time. He can go for those ganks where you're encouraged to go for ganks, because right now it is not his meta and it's not JD Gaming's day at all. So we want to see them come back. We want to see them try something completely different. Throw out whatever the hell that was, whatever piece of paper that was in your diary. Just get that out of there right now and go for something a little bit more bog standard and something that can just actually offer a little bit more counterplay to it. Because like you said, we've talked about how disappointing it was. You picture two solo laners immediately. Like, this is Doinby and Nuguri. They have a champion ocean between them, if not two. They are not going to be banned out. They are not going to be surprised by what you first pick. You can't just, narrow it down by going, we got the Zoe and the Renekton. It's like, that doesn't matter. They have so many other options. And now we're jumping into picks and bans. JDG this time on the blue side, FPX on the red. So we see the Azir, the Gragas, the Nidalee, and the Samira all taken off the board already.
I do like the idea from FPX here. Coming into this matchup, before we actually saw game one, we thought that JD Game's best chance of taking FPX down was through front-to-back team fighting. This is where FPX has had the most trouble against RNG and WE. So we wanted JD Gaming to go like, Sion, go Alistar, go Azir. That's the type of composition we want to see, and FPX know this. They ban away the jungle first pick. Udyr, probably one of the better counter junglers here, and also the Azir. So taking away like 2 strong points, and I like what JD Gaming are doing. In the pregame, we said that FPX banned out so many different junglers from JD Gaming. It looked like they were trying to defend Beitran against the invade. So I like this Graves early pickup coming in for Kanavi.
Yeah, it's his most played champion of the split with 6 games. This will be his 7th, but he's only won 2 out of those 6. He's got a 33% win rate, so not been the greatest of picks for him historically, especially not in this season, but we'll see if he's able to make anything else work with it. We have to see the Aphelios and Thresh and the Greys. This is far better coming out from JDG.
Let's go. This is a draft that I want to see.
Oh my god.
Seriously?
2 Karthuses, what does it mean? 2 Karthuses, what does it mean?
I don't think Karthus is a great
not
matchup
something
against
I expected.
Graves.
I don't think he's a great matchup, but I don't I like that. From what I've noticed from the very small sample size we have from Beitran, is that he plays AP junglers almost exclusively. He plays Nidalee, he plays Echo, he plays Karthus, he plays like Talia. He plays these things that are just almost all... I'm actually going to look at the stats very, very quickly, but I'm pretty sure he has only played AP junglers in the split so far.
He's also played Hecarim, so not purely AP jungles. I know that off the top of my head, so it's not going to happen that way exactly. But this is a very interesting Karthus pick. I think FPX are saying, you know what? Sometimes we can't take the 5v5, but what we can do is we can drag it out to late game. So in late game, Karthus is almost a guaranteed card. Even if you're weaker at 5v5 team fights, Karthus is going to take you to the promised land just because he scales so well and his damage is unavoidable. Now, coming in from JD Gaming side, I like what they are doing. It's hyper carry, and now you just have to fill out with the front line. FPX read this correctly. They have lost to too many Scions, so they're going to take the Scion and Ornn away in draft.
There's a lot of top lane bans here. You can see a lot of the ones that you would say are, well, I suppose Kled more of a mid lane than a top lane, but Renekton, the Scion, the Ornn, the Gnar still being left open. This is something that we said isn't great blind picked when there's so much focus towards these top lane champions. You can pick it, and there's not really a huge amount of answers now to this Gnar. You could go with the Gangplank for Zoom, but again, Zoom hasn't really looked amazing these days, so I'll be curious to see what he wants to go for.
Yeah, I actually prefer the Camille over the Gangplank just because I think Camille gets a little bit more, it's easier to invade on the enemy side jungle, and against a Karthus you definitely want to be going in and disrupting things. So they're not going to go for GP necessarily, but it's going to be Aatrox, which is a much better frontliner. We have talked about this. Zoom actually takes the most damage as a top laner out of anyone in the LPL. He has 30% of his team's damage taken, and it's mainly been because of that World's Ender and Gore Drinker Aatrox that he's so fond of. It's a bit of a countered matchup in the top side. Gnar definitely has the priority and has the shove, has better trades against Aatrox early game, but in team fights, Aatrox can still do a very good job at frontlining. Well, this is another pick that I don't really like from the solo lanes coming out. This is going to be Syndra. Syndra currently sitting below 30% win rate in the LPL. It's a priority pick that, you know, I understand if you want to punish the enemy jungler, then you can go for this.
Yes! Finally! Sorry, I had to cut across you. The Nocturne mid. The Nocturne mid. I am so damn excited. I was about to drop an F-bomb and I didn't really want to do it, but I am so damn excited for this. I love this pickup into something like a Syndra. You can spell shield the stun. That's just like a laning phase thing. But if you're able to, because of the way they've changed this queue about 2 patches ago, you get such an early clear. So your whole premise is right. You push in the wave, you look to roam. Now you have double globals, Karthus and Nocturne. That's going to be so much pressure that you can just create anywhere on the map. You could have Beishuan up in top side. He could Requiem and then Doomby could go bot. You could get, you know, ganks on both sides. I love this.
There's so much from FPX's composition. A much more creative draft coming out from their end. I still think there's a bit of weakness early on in the Graves versus Karthus matchup. So they have to protect that very well. But as you were saying, when the globals come in, the level 6 is going to be massive. You look at that bottom side, it is Rel, it's Kaisa, and then you have 2 people flying in. Karthus not exactly flying in, but he sends his regards anyway. So that bottom lane is
floating. That's technically flying.
He doesn't have legs. I wonder if he does.
I don't think he does. I think that's the whole point. I think he's just a spectral being. But honestly, so just to bring us back to, you know, what we would expect from JDG. Much better draft. We're not super fond of the Syndra pick. It's kind of been a red herring similar to the Graves in the LPL. Specifically, hasn't really had a great win rate. But I like that this composition has a far better or far clearer understanding of what it wants to do. You want to get Loken, you know, stacking up with items onto this Aphelios. You want to try and get the raid boss alongside the Thresh into the front of the fight, and that's how you try and take this.
There was a lot more clarity in terms of its win conditions. And I'm going to let the Jayos flow through me before I continue. Okay, I think we're safe. Oh, Doinby actually might be picking up 300 wins in the LPL. Yeah, already achieved that, excuse me. I was thinking, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense to give him the congratulations beforehand.
Yeah, I was like, they're already preemptively being like, hey,
yeah, hey, this
we
is
like this Nocturne.
It's like, yeah, JDG would probably complain if that was the case, but congratulations for Doinby moving up to 6th in the LPL historically. This is a man with a lot of history, 2 MVPs in 2 different years, and he's still going strong in 2021.
Yeah, you gotta feel like Doomby, world champion, of course, and you just feel his charisma. You can't look at or hear from Doomby and not feel just ecstatic and happy. He's a really optimistic and kind of, you know, charismatic guy, and I think that's something that has stuck to FPX as a brand, as something that people like to kind of look towards, and we'll see now how he's able to do into this mid lane with the Nocturne, but oh, I'm so excited. Sorry, I'm just so excited for this because it's such a feature famine as well, because you can have so much amazing, you know, kind of pickup for it. You can get super early fed. You can either go with the Eclipse, of course, you can go with the Dustbringer. I personally prefer the Dustbringer just because it gets you in and out of situations if you're able to assassinate someone. But I still like this pick. I still like what they're going with this, and the Karthus kind of fills into that as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I can't wait for that level 6 to actually happen. A huge part of it was that 2-second cooldown reduction on Q, as you've talked about. It actually spiked him in the jungle as well, but he didn't really make all that much of an appearance. And we are going to see JD Gaming being very aggressive with this lane. You can punish the Rel, and now they're going to get LWX.
Yeah, LWX forced to back away underneath his tower. Doesn't lose any summoners, but the level 2 was hit, and that level 2 from the Thresh and the Aphelios is very potent. They should be able to get the LWX back. They should lose about maybe 6 or 7 minions, so it's exactly what you want from JDG in this bot side. Get the Aphelios ahead, make sure he's the one dictating the pace, and make sure he's the one dictating whereabouts they take the fights.
Now we're going to do a number onto zoom in the top side, as is expected in the matchup. And we're going to be taking a look at the runes coming out from Nocturne. It's not the highest damage runes, more of a bruiser-esque rune setup. He does take the revolve tree instead of going for more damage on domination or the precision tree, as he has precision as main. It is going to be the Conquerors, and I think this is a bit slower to proc for Doinby and a bit more side lane focus. So I do think we are going to see something like the Eclipse come out where it would make a little bit more sense, I think.
See what they want to go for. I'm very curious to see how he goes. I'm sure Vedius is sitting there. You ever see do you ever watch
Vedius's picks?
Evangelion Neon Jealous? Yeah. No. Do you ever see? I don't watch that.
Don't watch that.
It's actually yeah. It's a fantastic show. I do love when he brings it out. But I was gonna say Evangelion Neon Genesis. Have you ever seen that?
Oh
that
yeah,
anime?
I've seen it. It's a huge part of my childhood.
Yeah, you know the very famous scene where the guy who is heading the facility is just like with his hands underneath his mouth, and he's like got the double sheen on the glasses. That's how I feel like Vedius is looking at this game right now. Not saying a word, just like thinking about whether or not Doinb is worthy of his pick. That's what I feel.
Yeah, if this Nocturne pick fails, I feel like he just scrubs the record from Leaguepedia and pretends it never happened.
Well, we'll see if they're able to make something happen to this bot side. Nice 3-man knockup, though, to keep LWX alive. Does force the flash out of Crisp and the heal from LWX. Maybe a bit preemptive. Didn't really need to pop that one down. So advantage overall for JDG. They only expend the exhaust. They get themselves a flash out of Crisp and the heal out of LWX.
It's absolutely huge for JD Gaming. And a very common draft strategy we have been seeing is the Thresh against the Rel. Not a lot of things that Rel can actually do. She's very easily disrupted by both the Death Sense and the Flay, excuse me. And Loken also has the range and shove advantage. So a double counter lane for JD Gaming, and they've already picked up one plate on this. I want to see how they try and defend this lane, because I think they still want to continue and shove. But with Doinb and Karthus's ultimate coming up, it's going to be very dangerous for them to try and get more plates.
Oh, hook has landed. You see there, the Ferromancy has to be used by Crisp to get himself out. Zoom was being pressured in this top side. You can see he's already at a 10 CS disadvantage. Probably be about 6 or 7 by the time this wave crashes. But I like this from Beishuan as well, as we can see.
Oh, stun.
Maybe going for something. Loken has to burn his flash and his heal just to get out in time. That is the power of Rel, especially if you take turret aggro.
I will say that was a bit greedy from Loken. He saw the Hex Flash channel coming in from Chris, and then he just stood his ground and attacked her. I was like, well, if she's Hex Flashing, I assume there's only one way she's gonna go.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like you just kind of have to know exactly where she's going to be going with that particular ability. Now, Paranoia has been picked up here by Doinb. He's immediately gone back, picked himself up what looks like the makings of an Iron Spike Whip. Sorry, he does exactly have the Iron Spike Whip. So now looking to push in that side wave, and straight away you can see double TPs being, or sorry, not the double TP, just a single TP bring in here. Now as Luamao gets caught out a little bit, Doinb does not have a huge amount of mana, did not let himself regen that one up ever so much while he went back, trying to get as much of a play as he could. But JDG are ready for it. JDG are the ones here prepared to fight for this, and those isolated Skittles will do a hell of a lot of damage in this early game.
And I do want to talk about what has been happening in the mid lane. I think Doinb has done a really good job from preventing Yagao to base. We actually saw 3 interruptions coming in with the Nocturne Q already, and that means this is a super late tier for Yagao. Usually you have Cheetah Recalls level 3, level 4. This is a level 6 tier pickup. So we have been seeing Doinb just constantly shoving out the wave, and what this does is it slows down Yagao's AP scaling, and it also means that Beishuan has not been taking any harass whatsoever. He's sitting very comfortably at about a 2 and 3 camp lead on this Karthus without any counter jungling coming out from the graves.
I'm very curious now because Doinb's gone obviously with the Stride Breaker, or excuse me, the Iron Spike Whip, which means he's going to be either picking up the Stride Breaker or the Gore Drinker. So very, very curious to see where he goes with that one. Not sure if I agree with it. We'll see how it works for him right now. Zoom gets jumped in, actually puts himself behind Nuguri. There's a big old wave there for Zoom that he needs to try and pick up. Should have his Qs ready for himself in a second, so should be able to pick up the majority of it. But FPX, they're still feeling pretty confident now on this top side. You can see Beishuan just pushing in, has such a huge CS advantage now. We'll have 20 once he takes this camp. And that just becomes so hard now for this Graves. Kanavi, you said you wanted to see him on something like this. As I mentioned, he doesn't really have the kind of same priority as he would with anyone else. And Graves, oh, here we go. First Paranoia of the game. Just jump in straight in. It's going to be a try to get an assassination attempt. There is the double global effect. They get down, but he's not quite in front. No! No! He's not quite in range. range. You could see it was so tantalizing. Yagao gets first blood, Doinby fails, and Vedius is disappointed.
The concept was there, the execution a little bit lacking. Doinby goes in by himself, doesn't find it. We have action in the bot side.
We're going to see them going in. Luamau takes another tower hit, though, so he is dead. Now it's a 2v1. Loken, though, has that chakras to be able to just keep going back and forth. Those combination of gruns, the red and the white, makes it so difficult to take this man down. And that is overall still a very good trade. As I say that, they jump straight down in and get the double knock up. They're trying to see if they can cake him out, and they should be able to. Crisp also survives. Nicely done by the FPX bot lane. Straight up 2v2. They come out with 2 kills.
Crisp is a goddamn hero in that one. This lane has been pushed in this entire time, but he's still able to find those opportunities to kill Lumao and then go on to Loken. Very unexpected there, and unfortunately for Lumao, he did actually miss out on the last death sentence, but I will give the action priority as Nuguri tries to go in on Zoom.
Tries to, fails to, still 20 CS behind. You can see Nuguri just making the most out of this Gnar pick in the second game, just pushing in Zoom constantly, has a level lead, has a massive CS lead as well, and you can see while he's underneath the tower, it becomes very difficult. He just get a knock back in as well, just trying to be as big a nuisance as he possibly can. And this is the annoying thing, I suppose, about someone like a Gnar, is that you get just a random steroid of health when you go into Mega, so you're just able to kind of take 200-300 gold of damage, or 200 of damage or so every now and again without really kind of dying and getting punished for it. It's just very infuriating.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually get him down. And I do want to mention that was a really good trade coming in from Yagao. He senses the collapse incoming from Crisp, is able to get the shield out from Doinby just with his Dark Sphere, and then still find the shove. So well done on Yagao's side, and so far that's 2 wins against Doinby in this mid lane.
Yeah, we'll see now what Doinby wants to go for. Did pop down towards that bot side, maybe looking for a paranoia play. Does have a very limited range at level 6, so the first rank, so you want to be getting to level 11. That's when you can actually start opening up the map. But Kanavi now trying to see if he can punish the overstepping Nuguri, who's moving in towards this top side. Now he knows with the maximum distance he's able to put in there. Nuguri does not have a stun now and has mini form as well, but should be able to flash away and hop and skip his way out. Kanavi flashes forward, has the collateral damage, but does not land the end of the line and misses the collateral damage. He will still take the kill. That would be Zoom getting that one there, but they had to expend the flash on the Kanavi. They get the Requiem down, so they will not be able to push in this lane any further, and Doomby's already roaming up.
Yeah, that was pretty damn close to disaster. If Zoom didn't follow up on that one, it would have been just a walk away on the side for FPX. Nuguri doing a really good job at going back into the minion wave, dodging out on most of the damage. And this is also another great facet about this team composition that I love from FPX. It's that you want Beitron to be that late game damage dealer. Beitron's damage is going to eclipse Doinby's damage in the late game 100%. So having him actually just farm the mid lane while Doinby roams is a very good answer before that paranoia can tick over to level 11.
Well, with all the pressure up top sides, you can see now FPX using their pressure on bot. We have Beitron getting up that kill onto the Dragon, so that's first strike of the game going over to FPX. They have that counter going. They've only got themselves a 500 gold lead. It's still fairly even in that regard. And again, more and more pressure being put down onto this Nocturne mid. And it's always something, when you pick something like this, when you pick something like a Karthus Nocturne, it has to work. Otherwise, you just look silly. And I really want this to work, because I know that if it works, it'll just lead to so many more draft picks, so many more big brain moments for everyone when they play against FPX.
It's going to be the highlight of this week in terms of drafting. I think this is the weirdest combo that we have seen so far past the Lunar New Year. So I do hope it actually succeeds here. But going into this bottom lane, I think this is the pressure point for JD Gaming. Even though they've lost a lot of kills here, this is currently the only lane where they can push out. And also, it sets them up into the 5v5. This is the comp that wants to go into those Drake situations. And we have JD Gaming actually was FPX take away the Drake just a little bit earlier there, the Ocean Drake being snuck away. But JD Gaming want to keep the pressure on the bot lane and make this 5v5 oriented.
The Stride Breaker finished up here for Doomby, so it gives him a little bit of a gap closer, I suppose, to be able to set himself up. We can see now Yagao getting caught out by the paranoia. They don't know exactly where he is, but he's perfectly blocks the stun. Massive move there from Doinby, and this is the power you get with something like a Nocturne. Baitron drops the Rift Herald up on top side, but it's a ways away from this tower, and that could mean Zoom might be able to go and try and fight this one. You can see him just delaying it, but now Doinby has to play bodyguard, has to play keep away. Baitron does not get the blue buff, and they don't get the charge on the Herald either. World Ender has been popped as Doomby flashes forward, wants to try and follow this guy all the way to the ends of the earth, but Zoom is able to keep himself alive just about until he is taken down. That is 2 quick kills. And we see, is this deja vu? I have been to this place before, as again, we're seeing the movement in this bot side. LWX, perfect flash away from the hook from Thresh. If flash in from Loken is not going to be enough. 2 kills, both sides of the map. FPX are online.
FPX get another double kill in the bot lane. Once again, Lumao goes too close to the tower, trying to push this one down, and they don't even need the Requiem to really finish that one up as they find another 2v2 kill. This is not supposed to happen. JD Gaming have drafted double counter picks in the bot lane, and FPX are simply outskilling them.
And it's the same thing every time. I said it, deja vu, underneath the tower. They just get one little auto attack, and then instantly you can see Crisp going in. He has turret aggro on someone and forces out all summoners as well. So they not only lose their 2 lives, they lose 2 summoners. And if you see now Yagao moving in with Kanavi, they're going to try and see if they can punish Beishuan, but definitely a little bit risky to be doing that. Now Crisp knows that Kanavi is here as he says hello to the rest of his team. Tries to get the crash down, but a good interrupt with the Scatter of the Week means that Yagao is able to pick up his 2nd kill, so he's keeping tit for tat in terms of the kill score with Doinby.
That's what JD Gaming need to do, and what they haven't been able to so far in this game. It's been Karthus counter jungling with this top lane pressure, and here it continues.
Paranoia is just such a powerful global. When you're able to get ahead, and at level 11, it means that you're leaving the mid lane for about 3 seconds. Not even 3 seconds, maybe only 2.5 seconds, and you're able to make that kind of an impact. Bot lane will fall in favor of JDG, so FPX will lose that particular one. But again, they trade back a kill. It's 3 kills to 7 in favor of FPX. They got themselves a 2,000 gold lead or a 1,500 gold lead. Towers are equal. The next fight is probably going to be around this Cloud Drake as everyone starts to pick up their first mythic items.
Yeah, and just looking at Baitron right here, he's going to go very comfortably into the Liandry's. He hasn't been disrupted whatsoever. I like the way he's played out this jungle. He's tried to make it more of a vertical jungle situation where he goes into the top side of Kanavi with the help coming in from mid lane and the top lane just constantly shoving in. So this Kanavi Graves isn't going to work. Graves is a champion that has to stay ahead of the curve to be relevant. And in this scenario, he's not out farming the Kanavi. He's not out farming the Karthus. He's found no counter jungles in, and he's just going to be a bit useless in the late game.
Well, Nuguri getting stunned up. Infernal Chains back him up as well, as Beishuan might be forced to try and get out the back of his... Oh no, he can't. He does not have his flash. Excuse me. But now, with the Killer Instinct and the Requiem being popped down, they're going to be able to pop Kanavi. Now Luimao is here, but Doomby's on the backside. Doomby, you're not very tanky. You need to be so careful. He gets one more kill. They get the Scatter of the Week. Doomby has to have Happy Feet, and he does indeed. 2 kills over to Crisp. This game is snowballing out of control for JDG. Like you said, they just haven't got any purchase whatsoever with their counter picks, and they are starting to bleed gold.
JD Gaming haven't been able to find a single 5v5 before most of their players are picked, and here we go again with the stun.
Here we go again. You can try and spell shield a turret shot. Doesn't quite work that way, Doomby, as Crisp was not able to stun that one up. Like the idea, gets another kill. Shutdown does go over to Yagao, so a nice little gold in his back pocket, but this Nocturne pick, you can see the assassination, this mid-game, this one item spike is just so oppressive.
Strikebreaker working really out in the backline as well. Let's see how Kanavi actually dies here. He was very healthy to start this one off. Chris comes in with the Magnet Storm. He's still at 80% health. About 60% after LWX does a number on him. But watch this as Doinby comes in. He still has a Strikebreaker to actually finish off the kill onto Loken. Very important of an ability, especially when you're going up against the box coming out from Thresh.
Well, now with Dragon spawning, Beishuan is already on this. Has a blue buff, so should be pretty fine for mana. Crisp might have to use the Ferromancy over the top side, gets the crash down in, but there are 4 people here for JDG. FPX still yet to throw everybody in here just yet. Smite goes down. Kanabi on the backside does not have flash, does have nowhere to go, and it means they have to commit the teleport from the Aatrox. Now FPX getting that a global objective, getting that global teleport, will back themselves away back into their own jungle and will lose nothing.
And honestly, this is FPX's game to lose. Like, they can play a lot of different ways. I think if they have Nuguri just in the side lanes, they have him force push and just make picks around there. They don't really want to go in the 5v5, but if they're far enough ahead, we actually have Doinb going straight in.
There we go, the 2 shotguns in the backside. Doinb goes down, but it gave LWX a position to get here and to set himself up. He gets stunned, he gets flayed, he gets taken down. They go take the Aphelios, so it's AD carry for AD carry. Mid laner still alive. Karthus is now dead. He has got the Requiem. There's no magic resistance, and they should be able to clean up these kills. No problem whatsoever. It's a 3 for 5, an ace for FPX. They overextend, but it doesn't matter. They're just too far ahead.
I'm not sure that was worth it. That was pretty big shutdown code going over. LWX was 5-1 and 5. So that's a huge chunk of gold that JD Gaming are actually picking up. And if I were to do that again, if I was on FPX and I knew the results, I wouldn't go for that play. I think that play is actually a bit of a throw.
Well, we'll see how they're going to go for it here. And you can see they just want to go in. There's 1 shotgun, boom. Now let's put the second person in, boom. And that's kind of the combination that we didn't even think about when they came in with this comp.
Yeah, the problem here is that only 2 members can go into the backline coming in from FPX. Zoom does a very good job zoning out the Karthus, so he never actually finds purchase here. And JD Gaming are able to scrap themselves back. Zoom picks up a number of kills. We have mentioned because FPX were ahead, so there was a lot of big shutdowns going over to JD Gaming, and I don't think they come out of that too poorly, honestly.
Well, they'll take the gold. They're still about 4,000 behind. They have a dragon in 3 minutes that they probably need to try and set up. Aishan has got the Rift Herald. He's kind of running out of time with that one, so he needs to drop that one pretty much immediately. You probably see him drop it out now, or otherwise it's just gone from his inventory, and that will just be a wasted objective. There it is. Drop there now towards the mid lane as they try to just coerce it towards that tower. Maybe get a charge. Probably not, if we're being honest. And yeah, FPX a little overzealous, a little bit happy, shall we say, is the TP being committed here. That's going to be Doinb. They get the Rift Herald charge off, and they actually get the tower. So despite the little bit of a panic nature here of dropping down the Rift Herald, they get an objective from it, and you'll take that. It's the mid-tier 2.
Now, I like this play coming in from FPX. They're just creating distance in mid lane and making sure that they can take the bot lane tower unperturbed. No one's going to be able to stop this one coming in. And this is how I want them to play. I want Nuguri to be away from the composition and FPX to try and glide around and find fights where they can use killer instincts and they can use paranoia to get numbers advantages. I don't think 5v5s is the answer here. It's giving a window to JD Gaming. They should avoid that at all costs and make this a bit of a smoother game.
When you've got the Nocturne, and it's exactly as you say, like, you should be, putting Nuguri in a side lane. He is very much ahead of Zoom, so you should be able to just harass him down. And then you just hover with the Nocturne. If you're able to kind of keep that one going and keep them underneath their tower, you have the Requiem, you have the Nocturne Paranoia. You can join between mid and bot, or mid and top, whichever one you decide. And he also has a teleport in his back pocket as well once it comes off cooldown. So there are options for you just to get picks. And looking down the board, like, who's gonna be able to defend themselves against this, Gnar Nocturne combo? No one has any resistance whatsoever outside of a couple of boots.
JD Gaming drafted for mid-jungle priority. It didn't really happen, and now they have to face the music as Loka goes in very, very far.
Ooh, so careful. So lucky that he has the Thresh Dark Passage, the Lantern to click himself away, and that's why this Nocturne pick is so... You have to respect it. It's not the greatest in the world. You obviously need to know what you're doing for it. Now, to say that Paranoia gets dropped in and they jump straight in on top of the Graves, who has to flash and use everything to get out alive. And again, more and more summoners being burned, more and more advantages being garnered because of this Nocturne's pressure.
And this is just a straight Baron call. The jungler doesn't have flash. He can't come in. Collateral damage also expended. So he's not going to have a lot of tools to get into this Baron pit. And we see JD Gaming coming in, but they don't have a lot of engage. It's very difficult for them to actually knock people back, and the Baron's going to go down to FPX.
Yeah. There we go. Requiem coming down and trying to get on top of Loken, who's taken so low. Flashes heals, but it is not enough to keep him alive. A Gnar to keep 3 people going into the mid lane and to keep this fight going. Lumao keeping himself alive, but a double kill over to the Kai'Sa. It's going to be a full ace after the Baron. Doinb going to go back just to reset. They've got Dragon up in 7 seconds. This game is all but done.
Yeah, it's a bit sad that FPX aren't going to be able to find the fastest game of the split so far. Sunning still have them beat, but it's pretty damn close, as they are just going to strip mine JD Gaming's entire base for resources here. Very difficult to see what JD Gaming could actually have done in that situation. They probably had to Hail Mary fight it. They were very far behind, but they also just don't have the engage to make FPX think twice about things, and they don't have the damage to dissuade either. So FPX with a very, very clean turnaround, good timers being used right here, and Nuguri being willing to just flash forward with the Strike Breaker and finding the kills. Good play by LWX here as well, as he uses the Gale Force for the execute damage. And we can see Zoom isn't even really in this play. He was very far behind in the top lane, has to walk over here, and he finds himself amongst 5, nowhere to go.
Yeah, well, the jungle is no longer yours, JDG. You need to play respectful, you need to play defensively, and you need to back the hell away from these side lanes. You have to go straight away from your base into the lanes. You cannot go through the jungle. You just do not have the pressure to be able to make that happen. Doinby is here. They force the TP out of the Syndra, so Yagao does not have that available to him, and that's honestly exactly what they wanted. They get everything in terms of global pressure. They just have Zoom left on his TP. This is just becoming harder and harder for JDG, as you can see now, Beishuan pushing in towards this mid lane, trying to get as much pressure as he can. The one thing I will say that the Baron doesn't really do a lot for FPX. They have got pressure. They will be able to kind of just like strengthen thin, but they are very low range in terms of how they can take these turrets down. So once you start hitting the inhibitor turrets, which with this last turret going down, that's pretty much where we're going to be. It's very difficult for FPX to actually get any purchase with this Baron buff, because it's very easy for the side of JDG to clear it away.
Definitely. I think FPX need to go for a split push situation like they are doing with Doinby right now. Doinby is level 15, and oh no, we have a catch.
We do have a catch. Karthus is dead. Does he drop down the Requiem? Yes, he does. He has gone into full zombie mode. As we can see now, they're jumping straight in. Yes, they got a catch, but everyone else is dead. The final kill of this game will go over to Doinby on this Nocturne mid. 6, 3, and 9. A very happy Vedius smiles from ear to ear as he sees a positive win rate for the Nocturne mid. And with that, Baron buff still ticking for a couple of seconds. You imagine that's going to be the game now for FPX. We talked about how JDG were not really looking the strongest, and in this series, in less than an hour, they are dispatched, they are taken out, and they are thoroughly beaten by FPX.
This wasn't even close coming out from JD Gaming. A matchup where JD Gaming had FPX's number throughout Spring Split postseasons, and now FPX has cracked the curse, as we see Doinby giving a good old handshake to Nuguri as they win in dominating fashion here on the Rift.
Very big win here, you can imagine, for FPX after what was an uncharacteristic loss, shall we say, for them against earlier in the week. And honestly, I'm very happy to see them get this one here. It cements them back as a very, very big carry and very big threat within the LPL. And the more top-tier teams we have, the better the playoffs and our international representation is going to be.
Yep, bit of a disappointing game here. Again, I did have some issues with the draft. I felt like Syndra and Aatrox were not really the picks to go for. The Aatrox, Zoom basically countered himself. Nuguri already selected the Gnar, so he went for what he was comfortable with, as we've mentioned in pregame, but it just didn't have any impact. It was constantly behind, and I feel like I would have preferred Galio plus the Camille to come out here. It would be a better catch combination. You could punish the Karthus a little better. None of that really happened, and FPX were able to maintain priority throughout their solo lanes this entire game, and that meant Karthus was able to farm up a Storm. Beishuan never met Graves in his own jungle, so that's just...
I was going to say, like, Beishuan had no pressure on him whatsoever. Like, they just never got to a point where they could even stop this Karthus from farming. In fact, he had so much priority in that top side that he was able to farm the Graves jungle, and the fact that he was able to steal blues, gromps, he was able to stay on the map and just accrue gold for himself. I got to give props to Nuguri and Doinby, and of course, pretty much all the lanes. This game and this last game was just won from the laning phase. Like, the early game that we know FPX have, and the early game that they're able to, you know, kind of garner for themselves, just meant that they were just so far ahead of JDG that JDG just never had a chance to come back in both games of this series.
You don't steal from the Mafia without backing, and that bottom lane was a really good backer coming out from them. We saw JD Gaming actually having a really good time in the bottom lane in the early phases, but it was just so many mistakes from Lumal and Loken. A lot of uncharacteristic, uncalled for mistakes that lost them the 2v2 twice in a row. So, you know, with that going sideways, the rest of their draft also really dependent on that bot lane priority, or for them to move around the map, just stripping towers down. That didn't happen, and it was all FPX all the way. Really good, creative drafting coming out from them, and I think this is a nice answer to the 5v5 team fights. If you have a pick composition like that, I think we are seeing FPX actually indexing into something different than everyone else.
Yeah, and you can see the damage graph here. It actually wasn't even Doomby doing the most quote-unquote damage. It was Beishuan who was kind of, you know, dead and then just kept popping down the Requiems. But that was all he needed to do. It actually is such a perfect pick to combo with something like the Nocturne, because you're not there to be, you know, the 100% carry. You're just there to do enough damage so the rest of your team can, you know, jump into the backline. We saw it there with the Killer Instinct, the Paranoia. They're able to get in onto the backline. Everyone's already less than half HP, and it just works.
I wonder if the last team fight was a Beishuan engage. Do you think that could be considered as a Karthus engage? Probably not.
I'd have to look up the definition. To be 100% sure. But it definitely, if there was ever an argument for one to be called a Karthus engage, quote unquote, I think that one would definitely be it. And for JDG, they're now 6-4. They probably will still make playoffs, but it's just oof right now for me, because they just don't look good. They look lost. I'm very disappointed in this team, because again, they just changed nothing. They had the exact same lineup. They even brought in 2 extra people to say, look, if say Yagao and Loken aren't performing that well, we'll bring in Xie and Mystic, excuse me, and I don't know. It just doesn't seem like they're kind of working with either of them, and it doesn't seem to be kind of clicking for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of blame to go around from JD Gaming, from draft to execution. The main worry for me is, will JD Gaming actually find a facet of the game that they're actually excelling at? They were very good in brawler-esque team fights, but right now it looks like a lot of teams are choosing not to engage with them. They just pick something scaling, they sit back and say, hey, you know what, JD Gaming, if you go for the Herald, we'll take the turret plates. That's fine. We just don't want you to accelerate the game with these Herald skirmishes. And I think that's a very good answer to JD Gaming style. I'll be honest, JD Gaming as a team is at the top of the league almost solely because of the environment that they play in. In the LPL, it's almost like a contract that you have to fight for Herald, and everyone has to arrive. I don't know what it is, but a lot of teams go into this mentality, and it has benefited JD Gaming. JD Gaming has been able to pick off weaker teams just because of the turnaround team fight that they get at Heralds. With teams like FPX saying, you know, we're staying out of this, whatever, we'll just scale past you, I think JD Gaming are going to run into real problems.
Yeah, and you know, they have beaten teams like Team WE. They've beaten teams like Rare Atom, I believe. I'll have to triple check that one there. But these are things that, you know, yes, they are beating playoff teams, and we shouldn't take that away from them. But it's the manner of which they win is why we're criticizing them. And you look towards teams like EDG, IG, RNG, like these guys are just going to pick them apart. In fact, EDG and IG have already picked them apart and destroyed them in these particular setups. And, you know, they picked up a win against WE back when WE were kind of going through a little bit of a mid-season slump and picked up 3 losses in a row. But they've come back. They look far more composed. They look far more controlled and cohesive. I just worry about JDG. I still think they'll make it into the playoffs. I still think because of the way their match is going, I believe they have E-Star, Victory 5, RNG, LNG, LGD, OMG. So they've actually gotten the worst part of their schedule out of the way. And now they have a lot more, as you like to call them, lottery teams. But I don't think that's going to be enough for me to be convinced that this team is like a top 4 in our league right now. Definitely not someone who's contesting for championship at the moment.
And this is something that JD Gaming has shown before. The regular splits has not always been great. After they went into finals for 2019 spring, they actually just missed playoffs in the following season. So they're a team that does have their up and downs, but what I want to see from them is at least play Xie and Mystic for a couple of series and sow the seeds of doubt in their opponent's mind coming into postseason. If you're not strong enough straight up against your opponent, at least try to throw some shade and get some surprises going and make them doubt who's actually going to start. So I do expect in the E-Star series, especially in some of against these lottery teams, that we will see a roster swap up, or else, really, why are you even picking Mystic and Xie?
Yeah, well, in fairness, I think the thing is that I think there's something that's kind of important to remember is that like Xie and Mystic weren't sought after. They were kind of just picked up as an afterthought. This wasn't like we need these players. It was, oh, these players have no team and we're going to try and, maybe see if they can work for us. But we're going to have an MVP for Game 2. It's got to be Crisp. He turned that bot lane around so damn well. On this rail, was able to make a, like you said, double counter pick bot lane into 2 times he was able to get 2 double kills.
It was really sick just watching him play those bottom lane trades out. He was able to catch out Loken first in one of the earlier trades, get both summoners, and in the following trades, he made Lumao take tower shot after tower shot to equalize out the champion difference. So very well done on his part, and just like he said in his opening interview, he wants to start from the lane. That is how FPX will get back on their feet.
Honestly, I feel like Crisp, we had a couple of questions about him. Obviously, we came in with our startup before the series that, the reason why FPX were kind of falling behind in certain games and not really looking great in others was that Nuguri and Crisp were just kind of getting caught out randomly, out of nowhere. And it was just kind of like, why are they getting caught out? But this game, Crisp came out and said, look, I know what I'm doing. I understand the game, and I'm able to get these, kind of injection of pace and injection of playmaking for him. And for me, it feels like Crisp on this rel is just, it has to be banned or picked away from him, because on the rel, he looks immaculate.
Yeah, and they're willing to blind pick it even in the face of a lot of counter picks. Alistar and Thresh not taken off the table. They're confident to just go into the countered matchup and know that the team fighting ability of the rel will be good enough.
Well, we are going to go straight to Wendy, who has Doinby ready for an interview about his Nocturne mid after his victory.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have our super carry Doinby with us. So first of all, congratulations on today's win, and now you got the victory, you got the MVP for Game 1, and you got the record of 300 wins currently. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们干净利落拿下胜利。那今天你也是拿到了胜利，也斩获了第一局 MVP， 同时也达到了300胜场的这个记录。所以现在感觉怎么样呢？
首先今天又拿了一次 MVP 嘛，这是这个赛季第2次 MVP， 很开心。然后我们是上次打 RNG， 然后打 W 都输了嘛，2连败，然后后面就赢了一场，就很开心。因为我觉得，之后赛程对我们来说比较有利的。然后还有个是今天我拿300胜吧，然后同时也是北川我们的打野选手新人LPL 首胜的一天，所以希望多多支持我们的新打野。
I'm quite happy about today's victory, and also for our current games, we have lost to RNG and lost to WE, so we have been on two losing streak. So I'm very happy that today's game we were able to get the win, and also I have got the record of 300 wins. I'm very happy about that as well. And also today is a quite meaningful day because it's the first win that Beichuan, our new jungler, reached in LPL. So I hope you guys can support Beichuan more, and hope you guys can support Fun Plus Phoenix as well. And also this is my second MVP got for this split, so I'm very happy about all of them. And also let's move on to today's game. In Game 1, we have seen you guys have quite a slow pace in the early game, but suddenly Fun Plus have speeded up the whole tempo and make so many hard engagement to quickly close up the game. So could we know more about your Game 1 strategy? 那感觉你们第一局其实前期整体的节奏是偏缓的，然后突然之间提速，然后一波一波的强开，很快干净利落终结比赛嘛。所以想问一下，第一局整体的一个战术是怎么样的呢？
感觉很简单吧，就是第一局我选的是科列嘛，然后其实选到科列的时候，我已经知道这把节奏都是我要带的，然后后面就是我搭着好了就打，搭着好了就打，是每次大方的比较好吧。
because in game 1 I have chosen Kled this champion, so I know I should be the one that get the whole tempo for the whole game. So once my ultimate is ready, I try to seek for the opportunities to make the engagement, and luckily I think my ultimate can be used so well in the team fights and help us to get the victory. And also in game 2 you have chosen Nocturne. This is an unexpected pick for so many people, so could we know the reason for this, because you got a very clean victory in game 2. 那其实第2局你也是拿到了梦魇中单嘛，可能对很多人来讲是一个意想不到的选择，所以想问一下为什么会做出这样的一个选择呢？而且的确打出的效果特别的好。
其实我们还有很多秘密武器还没选，这个是年前，我当时跟我直播的时候跟学友说过，然后粉丝们说过，然后后面我们第一场不是。也不是第一场吧，就是我们打2-1的时候不是选了赛尔嘛，那个也是算是我们的秘密武器，训练赛胜率100%的，然后输掉了。其实今天我选梦魇的时候，其实呢，我当时不太确定要不要选这个英雄，还在犹豫，然后不知道跟教练啊，然后其他选手说要不要选梦魇，然后其他人说相信你就选个梦魇吧，然后我就选了，然后效果就特别好。
So actually for this, we got so many secret weapons in our pocket, and for this champion, actually we have practiced them, and also I have shared to all the people from my live streams that we have so many secret weapons, and also in the game against RNG for that mid Cyan is also one of our secret weapons, and it got 100% win rate in our scrims, but unfortunately this champion didn't manage to get the win in the previous matchup. But for today's Nocturne, actually I'm not very sure whether I will choose this champion, but after the communication with other teammates, they all said like we will trust your Nocturne and we believe in you. So that's the reason for me to lock down this champion, and luckily we were able to have a very good result in the game 2. And also in the current live streams yesterday, you have mentioned like you have seen the hope from FunPlus. So could we know more about the synergy with 北川？那其实，在昨天的直播里，你也说到，现在好像看到了希望嘛。那现在和北川整体的一个默契程度怎么样了呢？
我觉得挺好的吧。我觉得新人选手就是那种年轻人都学得特别快，然后他们就操作本来就很好吧，他们操作就特别好。他们可能缺的点是比赛的经验跟这种什么细节吧，这种东西都是我可以教。我们的新人打野选手，所以我觉得其他方面就他可以专心操作。
I feel not only for Beitran but for all the rookie players in LPL, I think they're super good at mechanics, but they're lacking the experience and maybe lacking some details inside the game. But in those parts, I can actually taught them, and I can taught them to play more in the games, and so to help them to make some improvements. And I think Beitran can just focus on his own mechanics, and we can get the game together. And also my last question is, although it is a very tough time for FunPlus, but we believe that the Phoenix will eventually rise from the ashes. And lastly, do you have any words to all the fans who keep supporting and believing in FunPlus? 那最后一个问题也是，现在对于 FunPlus 来讲，也是一个比较艰难的时间嘛，但我们也相信凤凰终将浴火重生。所以说，有没有什么对一直支持并且相信 FunPlus 的粉丝们说的呢？
首先就挺对不起，就是我们年后的第1场跟第2场比赛的表现吧，因为可能大部分都是我的原因，然后其他选手也会影响，就是可能是我自己状态不好，然后心态也可能出了点小问题，可能会影响其他选手。这个首先挺对不起我们的其他选手跟我们的什么教练也好，然后粉丝们也好，然后后面是但我觉得我的优点可能在。调整能力吧，因为我觉得我调整能力是特别好的，特别快。然后很多人其实当时担心我们是不是回到 S10，就跟去年一样，就是一开始可能成绩比较好，然后后面就慢慢就往下。但我觉得我只能这么说，我们是回到 S9，不是回到 S10，我们一定会拿冠军的。希望继续支持我们，谢谢。
First of all, I feel quite sorry to all the people because for the previous 2 matchups, we didn't manage to get the win, and I think that mainly is my problem. I didn't manage to have a very good momentum, and also I didn't have a very good mentality. So I feel really sorry to all my teammates and also the coaching team and also the fans who keep supporting me. But please trust me and please keep supporting me. And some people said maybe FunPlus will return to the last year the S10, but trust us, our goal is to reach to the S9. we will get the champion again. We want to be the champion for this split, and please trust me that we can have a super good result. And thank you for your support always, and thank you for the sharing. 那也是再次的恭喜你们，也祝你们五运昌隆。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And I like that. You can tell that like the Doomby's a bit of an older brother, if you will. Like he's got like, you know, like, be strong, he'll be fine. All the rookies are good. They just need the experience. Give them time. And like he genuinely feels like he cares. And yeah, like just going from straight to straight, I feel like, you know, FPX like 8-3 right now. They had a very difficult schedule. They think you know, I think they played WE, RNG, and JDG now all within the same kind of like next one. So they, you know, it hasn't been an easy time for them. But getting the win here, it's a good feeling regardless if JDG are looking bad or not.
And it's incredibly important given their match history against JD Gaming. This is the team that they have to go through in postseason. They almost always meet them whatever side of the bracket they are on. So it's really going to decide if they show up like a Clark Kent or a Superman in postseason. You know, you have to get past JD Gaming. You only meet these teams once in the regular season. So with that out of the way, FPX can move on and challenge other stronger, better teams.
And we're starting to see a bit of a divide now from the top 4 teams to the rest of the pack. Kind of fifth, you've Rare Adam at 6-3. Then you've got 7-3, 8-3 for Phoenix and Team WE. And then, of course, the two Goliaths at the top of the table, EDG and Royal Never Give Up, 9-1 and 8-1 respectfully. And this is where we start to, you know, like we talked about it at the start of the show. We talked about like the matchups, the kind of, you know, where people are going to go. Like for FBX, they've got themselves Rare Adam, then they play LGD, and then they get TT. So again, they've got like, again, they had a very difficult start to the season. It's a pretty, I wouldn't say maybe super easy, but definitely something that you would be expecting them to win. I think they play V5 then, and then they play BLG. So they only realistically, in my head, have one difficult matchup left. So the worst behind them.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to make another very strong run. And I do kind of question where FPX's head is at in terms of facing up to the trends. A lot of people kind of question them as a fluke in 2019. I don't think they were a fluke. I think they were actually just the best team there. But the question has arisen since, you know, their performance in 2020 and 2021 hasn't been always up to the same champion caliber, and it is because of the changing meta. So I wonder if they are going to just double down on picks, making sure they have priority, like Doinby has showcased today, just going deeper into his dark technologies and coming up with things that can bully out more meta champions, or are they going to try and diversify a little bit more into team fighting, like they mentioned with maybe the Scion? So that's going to be the big divider on how FPX's fates end up. But if we look at the meta holistically, it is going slower, and it's going to go into more hyper carries, and there's going to be more straight on 5v5 team fights. So this is not exactly territory that FPX has been able to crack before, and with 1 month left into the playoffs, they need to figure out how they will survive in these conditions.
Honestly, yeah, like I wanted to kind of reiterate to what you're saying there. If you can't play the, you know, the meta, you got to try and find something else. And it could force a lot of teams to, you can't just play passively anymore against FPX. They are going to force you through these level 6 power spikes and around the map. But let's have a quick recap of what happened today. It was a very quick day, all in all, I think. And less than 2 hours in-game, the actual in-game time today for both series as EDG demolished Rogue Warriors and FPX took down JDG.
Rogue Warriors had a lot of creativity with their draft. I love the Seraphine plus his Yone draft, and also the Karthus plus double 80 carries was super fun to watch. But in terms of execution, EDG still beats them, and FPX, of course, we just saw them 2-0 JD Gaming in a blitz. Less than 50 minutes of game time going on in that series.
Yep, another look at the table. You can see there the cutoff point is the top 10. Victory 5 still keeping themselves there as FBX and EDG rise higher and higher. The top 4, like I said, kind of separating themselves out. WE get themselves another win. You can see that gap just widening and widening, where Rogue Warriors sadly sitting paddy last in the bottom of the tables. Let's have a look now at what is happening tomorrow, as we got a couple of games. Big mid-table clash. First off, to start the day, BLG versus IG. Then we'll be going into Suning versus TT. I believe those are mixed up, or maybe maybe my information is incorrect. Either way, the matches are happening tomorrow. Big mid-game clash for pretty much 3 out of 4 of these teams.
A lot of playoff value on the line right here. Suning, BLG, and IG all within that 8th to 12th place ranking. And now with Suning taking down IG, I feel like this should finally be their climb. They have a much easier back end of the schedule, and I do want to see Wenfeng and Bin again in a playoff postseason.
Well, we'll see if they're able to kind of garner up the strength. Currently sitting at 4 and 5. So again, in that clump that we mentioned at the top of the show today. And I think that's everything we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. Clement, thank you for joining me. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Of course, without them, none of this would be at all possible. You are casting from Taipei. I'm casting from Dublin. That's a good 8-hour time difference right there. So this has just been a whirlwind, and we cannot do any of this without our production staff. So thank you to them. And we will see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time.